Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live broadcast. It's Monday, the 18th of April, 2022. My name is CareyHolzman, a professional career IT technician working in the industry for over 30 years, here to share with you all of those decades of experience with consumers in corporate America. And I still work in the field today, and I juggle between making YouTube videos and running a computer repair business. And I have some interesting videos coming up, but today what we called the Royal build that Mitch and I did back in Studio A in June of 2020 is back for random shutdown issues. Now, I'm not going to say this next thing to pick on AMD, but there are certain sensitive people who absolutely refuse to hear anything negative about AMD, and they can just go ahead and cover their delicate ears or go somewhere else. I have about a 3 times more likely chance of doing a repair if I build an AMD computer than an Intel computer. I'm not making these numbers up, and they're not representative of every AMD versus Intel build all over the world. They're just about what I've experienced in my business professionally. And that's also not to say that every AMD computer has caused a problem, nor am I saying that Intel computers never have problems. So let me just, all these people who want to open their mouths before they think, I'm going to try and quash this real quick. Statistically speaking, with my business and my experience as a real working computer technician, I am more likely to fix an AMD system than an Intel system, regardless of who built it. If a computer is coming to me for repair, it is typically an AMD system that needs repair, more so than Intel systems. Now, you take that for whatever it's worth. You don't like it, I can't change the facts, and you can look through the repair video history here on this channel and just see for yourself. I show every repair that I'm allowed to show, and the vast majority of computers that I build are Intel. And that's why, as a business owner, I wouldn't jump into a platform without really vetting it out first and seeing if it's reliable. And the platform isn't just the chip, it's the motherboard, or it may be certain kinds of RAM or other requirements that that chip demands as a prerequisite to run correctly. And so when I tell you I'm having problems with, or rather I see 3 times more, how am I going to phrase this? An AMD build is 3 times more likely to come in for repair than an Intel build based on the repair history of my business and this channel. And that doesn't mean it has to do with the CPU, but it is an AMD build. So even if it's a motherboard that's AMD compatible, or it's RAM we had to use, whatever it is, it's somehow related, and it falls down onto systems that use AMD processors in the last, well, since Ryzen came out anyway. I wasn't really seeing them too often. So take that for what it's worth. That's actual repaired data from my specific business in my area. Now, this system we built, this is an AMD system, and the parts list for everything we built here is in the video notes below the video. And yesterday I re-aired this video just to refresh you of what Mitch and I built. And this computer went to my sister, and she did video edits and those intros, like the intro you just saw that started this video, was created on this machine. So it's a very powerful machine. It's easily a gaming machine. It's got that G-Skill Trident RAM. It's got that GeForce RTX 2080 before they became extinct and are now back, and you can buy them now. But now the Scythe coolers are out of stock, the black ones. But they'll be back again. Anyway, we're going to verify the issue. That's the first thing we do when a customer brings us a machine. And they say that when they're streaming like YouTube or something like that, the system just shuts off. They believe that the liquid cooler has died. This is a Silverstone liquid cooler. And you might say, well, why are you hammering on AMD? Well, because this is an AMD system. And you could say, well, what's that got to do with the cooler failing? It has to do with how the processor handles the cooler failing. In other words, if this was an Intel system under the same circumstances, it may continue to run without any issues at all. because it's still, first of all, I think the throttle junction is the point at which the CPU starts to throttle itself is typically a higher tolerance level with Intel, and the way Intel handles it is a little differently than AMD. So there are these situations that are in fact related to the processor that's used on the board that isn't a direct relationship to, let's say, AMD, right? Could be the motherboard manufacturer, cooler manufacturer, RAM manufacturer, whatever it is. And again, I'm not here to rain on any AMD fanboys parade. I'm just here to give you the data, actual use data from a business that runs at scale, meaning that I work on a lot more computers than probably you do. And I want to share with you what my experience has been so that when you make a purchasing decision, you have proper expectations. I don't make any money from AMD, and I don't make any money from Intel. I make money from selling and supporting computers. And in the case of managed service providing, the less work I have to do, the more profit there is in it for, say a company might pay me a flat rate every month to take care of their networking, their backups, and their computers and maintenance. And if I have to keep going back to do maintenance and repairs, then I'm making less money. Right? It's like a fixed rate I charge the customers every month. And there's no savings with AMD. When you add it all up, you build the equivalent AMD and Intel system side by side, you're going to be within about $10 in most cases. So for me personally, if I were to just be blind like a lot of home users and people that stay on the internet looking at data all day, I'd be out of business, because there's no way my customers would keep buying systems from me, even if I'm covering it under warranty, which is costing me money. I don't know why it is this way, but that's the data. It's not really there for your feelings. It's just what it is. Now, the first thing I need to do is verify the symptom. And one of the great things about building a system with a newer processor or any new technology, to give it to somebody that I know and trust, so that we can determine over time, under normal use or however they use it, how it holds up over time. So my sister has a system I built for her that's an Intel-based system that was from 2015, 2016. And this one, which we built a little less than 2 years ago. The first one is Intel, as I mentioned. She had to upgrade the storage. I think we built it with a mechanical drive, and she put in a solid state NVMe or something along those lines. Anyway, she still uses that to this day. Never, ever had a problem with it. And she didn't have a problem with this one either until just recently. Now, she suspects the liquid pump has died, but she doesn't really know. But I've had her run through some things over the phone. She lives quite a distance from me. And yeah, it's still affecting, the problem is still reoccurring, which is great. That should make our diagnostics go faster. Nothing worse than intermittent problems that only happen sometimes and you don't know how to trigger them. So this should be easily, the diagnostic should be easy to run and repeat and verify the customer's symptom. And let's do that right now. And a quick shout out to Jack Wilson, who contributes $25 and says, "Good day, Uncle Carey and the Blue Crew." Right on. Welcome in, Jack. Thank you so much for your continued support. And yeah, let's find out what's going on with this thing, shall we? I am curious myself. The Silverstone all-in-one cooler really impressed me with how quiet it was and how efficient it was. It was keeping the CPU nice and chilly. However, I didn't deploy a bunch of these Silverstone coolers because, again, with any new technology, I really need to vet it out first and determine over time when it's worthy of my recommendation. So initially out the gate, I would say that the Silverstone cooler installation was good. The way it's designed, the way it fits, and the way it runs make it a recommendation. However, One of the things that concerns me, and especially here on YouTube, are people are making recommendations without living with the product. And I can't deploy 100 of these and say, well, let's just roll the dice and see what happens, because if a customer made a big investment on that and they're just unreliable, I have to go fix it for free, and they likely won't buy another computer from me if the computers I'm building aren't reliable, right? It's not enough that I'm fixing it for free. It's also costing them money and lost productivity. So I have to go at things from a business perspective, and I have to go at things where I'm scaling up to not just 1 or 2 computers, but to hundreds and thousands of computers. And you know, it's just something you don't see on YouTube too often. It's usually just people that build computers for fun, or they got manufacturers paying them to make a commercial for their product. I recently had an interaction with a company that asked me if I would review something, and I said I agreed, and I was going to charge them a fee for that because they wanted it by a certain date. And they sent me the product, and they said, you know, you're going to submit the video to us before you air it, right? I said, no, I'm live. How can I do that? Oh, no, we need to see it before you air it. We need to have the opportunity to make any corrections or add some suggestions. I said, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted me to do a review or an overview of your product, but it looks like you want me to make a commercial for you. A lot of these big YouTube tech channels are nothing more than paid commercials. And if your ad blocker really worked, it wouldn't just skip the ads before the video. The whole video is an ad. And I want you to remember that. And if you're okay with it, that's fine. I'm okay with it too. But boy, it sure would be nice if they had that disclaimer there. In this case, Be Quiet did send us the case for free back then. I wasn't paid. Silverstone sent us the cooler for free. I wasn't paid. Everything else I paid for using the money either that I make from my business as a computer repair tech or from your contributions here in the chat room. And the intro you just saw, I believe, was made with this computer. And if we can get this computer back up and running, I'm promised a new intro. So, and of course, I'm going to get it up and running anyway. But I want to just verify what the issue is. So let's get this taken apart. And I can't believe how clean it is inside. My sister must have dusted it because it's very, very clean in there. That's how it arrived. I have not seen this computer run since 2 years ago. And I save everything for the camera, so everything is genuine, everything is real. This is not scripted. I don't know what's going to happen throughout this video. I have no idea what's awaiting me, so do bear that in mind when you watch my content. I like to keep everything genuine, honest, real, including mistakes I make, or, you know, something happens, it happens, and we capture it, and there's no going back and editing it out and making everything look like it's all fine. That is what your typical YouTube tech channel does. And what we're trying to do here is bring a dose of reality and education here to YouTube, while inviting the interaction, because it is live, with the audience. If the audience would like to come into the chat room and say hello and ask any questions, I encourage you to do that. There's not too many YouTube channels that will interact, especially as much interaction as I do. And that's what differentiates me, right? Whether or not you see a benefit to that, I can't tell you, but that's just my thing. And if you're new here, I hope that you'll enjoy this different kind of format. Some people, they just want to get to the notes, the summary of it. And this isn't a channel for you. We're here to hang out. We're here to sort of go to the pub and grab a drink and hang out with friends and share in conversation. And if you choose to be the person at the table that just sits and doesn't talk to anybody, that's your choice. But I think you'll enjoy it more if you participate. And while I can't see everybody talking all the time in the chat room, it's actually, you can move quite fast. The chat can scroll right off the screen before I see it. There are other users in the chat room, viewers, who are smarter than me that will also voluntarily help to answer your question as well. So it's not just about me in the chat, but it's about the friendships and the courtesy and the kindness displayed by all the participants in the chat. And we have lots of room for more people to join us. And if you are not in the chat, I hope you'll at least stop in and say hello. Everybody is always welcome in the chat room, unless you're a jerk, in which case don't say anything at all and don't even talk to me. But I am assuming you're not a jerk and you're a good person and you're here for real world, real content that's different from other channels, most other tech channels. A thank you goes out to Ben Laird, who contributed £5. He says, I built a Ryzen 7 system recently. It's running Linux. Graphics are completely unusable. We'll never do another Ryzen build again. Well, and again, I'm not here to bash AMD. Again, I don't make any money bashing AMD. But I also don't want to pander to those who are who have delicate ears and can't handle not hearing what they want to hear. So I would rather be straight up and be honest with you and give you the data. I never said that the AMD systems weren't reliable when I first installed, otherwise why would I have built them? What I said was they need to be tested before I could recommend them, and they need to be tested at least a year. So overall, most people can't tell a difference between an AMD and an Intel-based computer when they're using it. It's usually a more technical person that will look into that. And some people like to root for the underdog until the underdog becomes big, and then they hate them. So that happened to Microsoft and IBM. And you know, with Intel now, they're the bad guy because AMD's the underdog. But if AMD gets as big as Intel, then AMD will be the enemy. So this is our society. We like to root for the underdog unless the underdog succeeds, in which case we no longer like them anymore. So just bear that in mind. You're going to see a lot of that weird psychology out there on the internet, and I'm not interested in any of it. I just want to know, is it reliable? Is it safe? Is it easy to build? Is it available to buy? And how much is it? And so right now, for what this computer was used for, it is a great setup for video rendering and 3D animations. Though those intros are made with 3D animations, and they can take a while. A 30-second animated intro can take over an hour to render out. So the more processing power, the better the graphics card, the more resources you have as far as RAM, it's going to reduce that time down, and so more can be done in a day. As for gaming, this would make an ideal gaming computer, but it won't make you a better gamer any more than buying a better guitar makes you a better guitar player, or buying better pots and pans makes your food taste better. So, you know, gaming is a skill. It's not something you buy into so you can beat other people. There's no skill in spending money. If there is, I'm at like expert level. All right, let me get some things hooked up here. What do we need? I need a keyboard and mouse hooked up here, and we'll set that there. We'll set this here. We'll see what's happening. Hopefully it's just a cooler, as my sister suspects it is, and I'm going to show you how we determine that. But it all starts, first of all, by just verifying, recreating the problem. So what do I need here? I need HDMI. I'll grab an HDMI cable. I'm going to leave the internet unplugged on it. And we'll plug that into our EVGA GeForce RTX 2080. We've got a 1,000 watt EVGA power supply, which is way overkill. I think that was a power supply I was going to use. Maybe it was on the Xenos build. And so anyway, I ended up using it on here because I had it, but I wouldn't have recommended a 1,000 watt power supply for this build. I just happened to have it. Okay, let's go ahead and turn this on. Switch is on. Turn this on. There we go. Ooh, something sounds bad. Do you hear it? So the first thing is that grinding sound that just went away. I have warned people about the 570 series chipsets from AMD, they have a little cooling fan on the chipset. And I think it's that little cooling fan. And what I said was, when this fan dies, and it will die, I don't know where you're going to get another one, but it's right down underneath the video card. Against the board. Now, normally, what I want to do to check a pump, a liquid pump, is to grab one of the hoses and see if I can feel it vibrating. And this does feel like it's vibrating. And that indicates that fluid is moving. Now, I haven't yet determined which fan was making that sound. There are two fans on the liquid pump. There's the chipset fan. There are sorry about that. I guess I just lost my audio here. I like to start with diagnosing what I think is most likely the issue. And that is typically when a computer just randomly shuts down. It could be one of three things are most common, and that is a bad memory module. The CPU is getting too hot and it's shutting down to protect itself from overheating and destroying itself. Or it could be a power supply that's acting up. So those are your three most likely culprits. However, it could be the motherboard, could be the CPU, could be literally anything inside of this computer. But with experience, there's a certain amount of repetition that I will see the same problem occur for the same reasons. And problems like that, as I mentioned, are usually those three things from my experience. But the fan that was making the noise, I have no idea which fan that was, and we'll have to isolate that and figure out which fan is going out on us. And thank you for letting me know about the audio. Okay, so let me switch over to this computer so I can see the desktop and we can start to work on that. Got no signal for some reason. Let me put myself back up, and I'll put myself in a corner like that. Yeah, we're getting no video at all out of this, which was not the symptom, by the way. The symptom was it would go to the desktop, and when streaming something like YouTube, it would just shut off. Okay, so there we go. So with the desktop now on screen, let's get rid of this. This is, again, this is not my computer. These are not my applications, so just bear that in mind. I will grab my utilities flash drive here, and we'll copy over Prime 95 and CPU-Z and an HW monitor and see what's going on here with our temps. Boy, that's a tiny little screen. I think it defaulted into 4K mode. Let's try display settings. Display settings, and then we'll go to display. Oh yeah, we're already there. Yeah, it's in 4K. We'll drop that to 1920 by 1080. All right, now I can see. All right, now I can go to, well, first of all, I want to remove that icon. It drives me crazy. I want to remove that icon because that one drives me crazy. All right, let's go to the flash drive and let's copy over Prime 95 and Prime 95. Where's my flash drive? Right here, PC testing software. You know what, let's copy over CPU Z, and we'll copy over Prime 95, and we'll copy over HW Info. I prefer to use HW Info on AMD systems and HW Monitor on Intel systems, but either one will work, but it's just a personal preference that I have. And then we can go ahead and disconnect. Well, I don't have to, I just unplug the flash drive and set it aside. And let's take a look at CPU Z just to refresh our. Oh, it just shut off. So right there, it just did it. So the question is, why did that just happen? And I heard a click. I don't know, did you guys hear that click? Let's turn it back on again. And it immediately shut off. Now, that behavior would generally indicate a heat issue. And the reason I say that is when things get too hot and the computer shuts down to protect itself, and then you turn it right back on and it shuts off almost immediately, that's because it's still hot. If you wait a couple minutes, let it cool down, and then fire it back up, then you could be pretty darn certain, you know, if it boots up after it's cooled down, that it's heat related. And the only thing that's going to shut down getting too hot is going to be the power supply. It could get very hot and shut down. It could be the CPU. Never, and I want to emphasize this because there's a very strange phenomenon that occurs online about thermal compound and how you apply it. Never in my career has a computer problem been fixed, any computer problem, by simply replacing thermal compound. So if you want to do that because it's something to do, don't let me get in your way, but it's rarely anything that needs to be done ever. Any improvement replacing thermal compound might make would be a single-digit degree difference, and your CPU shouldn't be running so hot to begin with that would make any difference anyway. So don't let the enthusiasts and the hobbyists trick you into thinking those exercises that they do and taking off coolers and risking damaging their equipment is something you should be concerned about, because never in my career has that ever fixed a problem. It's caused a few when people do that and they make a mistake. And no matter how capable people think they are, we all make mistakes. Nobody is immune from making mistakes, and nothing gets under my skin more than somebody saying, well, you know, that's not a big deal to change thermal compound. I didn't say it was a big deal, but if you do enough of them, you will break something, right? If you just have one computer and you do it one time, it's a one-time risk, regardless of your skill or familiarity. And if you do 10,000 of them, I can guarantee you there's going to be some where you make mistakes. So, but do whatever you want to do. I'm just giving you the information so you can understand what information is pertinent to you and decide the value of it based on your particular interests or needs. Now, I've been talking in order to just let the computer cool down here. And let me just turn it back on. And let's go back over to, wow, that is loud. Yeah, that I was correct that the fan noise, I probably shouldn't have turned that off. The fan noise is coming from the chipset fan on the motherboard. I predicted that that was going to happen when I built it. We used to have fans on chipsets back in the 90s, but Intel's chipset design has moved away from them. Intel's also moved away from CPUs with pins on the bottom because they're just not as good. As far as like the durability of a CPU is far more durable if you just have the landings on the bottom and put the pins in the socket. Now that does make the socket more delicate. However, when you're taking a heatsink off, like let's say, for example, somebody says, well, I don't know why you make a big deal about changing thermal compound. It's not a big deal. Well, because to some people it is a big deal. Somebody's going to be doing it for their very first time, and they might be inspired by somebody like you callously talking about how easy it is because you've got a lot more experience. But at some point you did it for the first time. And even now, if you try and do something like that with an AMD system, just shut off. A lot of times the CPU, when you're trying to remove the heatsink from the top of the CPU, the cooler, it pulls the AMD chip right, rips it right from the socket. And Intel's design is superior because that's impossible to happen because the CPU is being held down with a big metal bracket. So one of the things I don't like about this particular setup that AMD has decided to go with on that X570 is that small chipset fan. And due to that noise, if the problem is the chipset fan, if the chipset's getting too hot, we still have a heat-related problem. But you can sit there and replace your thermal compound all day, even to the detriment of ripping your CPU out of the socket and potentially damaging or bending the pins on an AMD. But we also have that little fan down there, and it would also have the same symptom if it was getting too hot on the chipset. That's why the fan is there. Also, if the video card was getting too hot, you saw the video kind of looked a little funky there when I fired it up. And it does behave like it's a heat problem, but we don't know, again, if the power supply was getting too hot, that would cause the same symptom. So you can have the same symptom, but the cause for that could be a multitude of things. We could have a bad RAM module. Typically, when it's a bad RAM module, it's when we're in the middle of doing something and a certain area of memory that's bad finally gets utilized. That's when the system resets. In this case, the system is not resetting. It's completely powering off, and it's doing it idling, so no more RAM is really being used. We're not downloading any updates in the background because we don't have it connected to the internet. And so we're just going to look at diagnosing this in a very logical process of elimination of what is working to determine what isn't. A thank you and a shout out here to Peter Laycock for joining us and contributing 50 pounds. Thank you so much, Peter. I hope you're doing well. He says, good evening, Carey, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for hanging out. And Oystein joins us. Hey, Oystein. Oystein watches us from Norway. And another contribution just came in from XRod666. Says, hey, Carey, nice to see you on this Monday. But thank you, XRod666, and thank you to Peter and, of course, Jack for supporting the channel. Now, Jim Olson said that in the chat he had a Samsung 860 EVO fail. Yeah, of course, everything will fail, including you and I. Everything is temporary. So what we talk about when we talk about recommended parts is statistically the likelihood of experiencing a failure. And Samsung is prone to the same failures everybody else in that business is prone to, but they tend to have them less frequently in my experience. And when you need support, like a warranty return, they're very easy to deal with. They are quick to respond. They don't keep you waiting, and they, you know, like if you're sending your drive back or some Samsung product back for warranty, they're pretty quick on the turnaround time, and they're not looking for excuses to not fulfill their warranty. So some people are just chasing, you know, the bottom of the barrel cheapest thing, and then they don't realize they're paying for it potentially in other ways. It's just a gamble I can't take with the business. I could have all the right skills technically, I could have all the right sales skills to make the sale, but if the products that I'm selling are unreliable, then the customers think I'm unreliable. And so it would be reasonable for them to take their business elsewhere if they continue to have issues. And so part selection that I use for my customers is a direct relationship to me on any computers that I sell, because as far as the customer is concerned, they're trusting me with the part selection. That's why they're buying it from me. And most customers don't know ASUS from MSI. They don't know what any of that stuff means. So they're counting on me to pick reliable parts for them. And that's why you'll see me use a lot of Samsung stuff. Madi joins us in the chat, contributes $20. Hey, Madi. Thank you, my friend. This is going to be a tough one for me to diagnose, because it's not staying on. Well, on the one hand, it's not staying on long enough for me to run some tests, but on the other hand, at least we can continually replicate the issue. I do want to check this filter on the bottom of the power supply just to make sure it's not being starved for air, and it's perfectly clean. So my sister must have cleaned this before she gave it to me, because this is Arizona, and for it to be this clean is suspicious. That's okay, she took care of it. So the question is, where do we want to start on this diagnostic? One of the other things I don't like about AMD CPUs is most of them do not have integrated graphics, and so if we're having a graphics card problem right now, I would have to put a different graphics card in to test that, versus most Intel CPUs do have integrated graphics, and if this was an Intel CPU, it would be statistically likely that it had integrated graphics whether or not we were using them, and I could pull the video card and use the integrated graphics on the CPU, and that helps expedite diagnostics. You can buy AMD CPUs with integrated graphics. However, the vast majority of AMD CPUs sold do not have integrated graphics. Let me just look in the chat if anybody's got any questions. Bradley Morris says, the main reason I haven't upgraded to an X570 motherboard is the heatsink fan. To me, that's going backwards. I agree. It's adding noise and it's adding a point of failure that you won't see on any Intel systems. You did, back in the 90s and maybe even the early 2000s, but Intel moved away from that in their chipset design. Stealth Mode says, I would start by connecting a different power supply and repeat testing. That's a very good suggestion. I don't think power supply testers are worth anything. They're completely and utterly useless in my opinion, because you really need to put a load on a power supply to test it, not just check it for voltages. You've got to see that if you're pulling power, draining it, pulling from it, that's what's going to expose a weakness, if there is one in the power supply, not just checking for 12 volts and 5 volts and 3 volts. That's no way to test. That's just giving you voltage. It's not giving you amperage, and the power supply could be completely faulty, but you would erroneously say, well, it's good because I put a voltmeter on it. Well, no, you shouldn't be putting a voltmeter on it, because you're just feeding yourself information that's irrelevant to the problem and then convincing yourself that the power supply is good, which would be an error and you're on the human's part. And then you would move on in complete frustration, testing other components if the whole time it was the power supply failing under load. So the best and cheapest, most accurate power supply tester is another power supply. And I agree with you, it's a good place to start. What else do you think I should be looking at? I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are. We'll try and make this more of an interactive lesson. David Officer contributes $7.50 Canadian and says, a Coke to go. And Danny56 says hello. Hey, Danny56. Sean wants to know if the liquid cooler could be gunked up or if there's a pump failure. Well, normally, if there's a pump failure, these hoses won't vibrate. Like right now, there's no vibration to them. I can feel that the pump isn't running because you can feel fluid moving through them. If the fluid were gunked up, depending, it's clear something is moving through the hoses, but it may not be moving fast enough. If it got thicker, that's possible. Absolutely possible. But keep in mind, this system's not even 2 years old. So for a failure to happen this early on is quite concerning. Jim Olson says, I just wanted you to know that because you said you've never seen a failed Samsung. Well, yeah, but anybody can say that, right? That doesn't mean because you told me that I believe you, or that you didn't do something to cause it, because I don't know what you could have done, but you might have caused your own failure. And furthermore, you could just be somebody saying whatever you want to say, so your information is nothing more than hearsay. As far as I'm concerned, I still haven't seen a dead Samsung SSD. You have, but I have not. There's a complete issue lately that I've been noticing in culture and society of the inability to comprehend what's being said. I never said you're not going to see a bad Samsung, and I never said Samsung never has a bad product or doesn't have a product that goes bad. And somehow that's what people are hearing, which I find very unusual. I'm not sure why that's happening. I'm not quite sure why people go that direction with statements that I make as though to challenge me or to prove me wrong. But I didn't say any of those things that would justify, there's a lot of variables at play. And, the user may have done nothing wrong and just had a drive go bad. Or maybe they went cheap on their power supply, or maybe they installed it incorrectly, or there's lots of different ways people screw things up. And, well, I did everything right. Well, maybe you did. I don't know. So, in any event, maybe you bought a cheap power supply, and the power supply didn't absorb a power surge and passed it down to your SSD and killed it, and would have killed it regardless of who the manufacturer. I don't know. But the comprehension of my words is, on behalf of some of the viewers, is a little frustrating to me. I have seen some Samsung solid state drives in for data recovery over at $300 DDR. But I personally have never had a customer present a machine to me with a bad Samsung SSD, nor have I ever held a Samsung SSD that was bad in my hands. But again, I'm not saying Samsung SSDs are impervious and indestructible. I'm just sharing my experience with you. Because I run a business, your experience matters not to me. Your experience won't convince my customer that the repair that they need is acceptable. Your experience will not keep me in business. And your experience only really applies to you unless you thought I was telling you Samsung drives never fail, because then you weren't listening. I never said that. I've never seen one fail. I've never seen a failed one, ever. I didn't say you wouldn't. And no matter what I say, I could say I've never done X, Y, and Z. I can guarantee you somebody's going to get provoked by that comment, and they're going to say, well, I have. Well, I never said you didn't. So I don't really understand what's happening with that, but nonetheless, every part will fail, including us in our parts. That's just the way of things here on Earth. In the meantime, what other suggestions might you have regarding why this machine, as you've witnessed, is just shutting itself off? If you're just joining us, please rewind the video. It's very rude to ask me to repeat myself because you showed up late. If you're curious, you can rewind this live video and catch up with where we are. All the video notes containing the parts list and other information are in the notes below the video. Martin Hogg says, hello from Scotland. Hi, Martin. Good to see you, my friend. Mr. TJP Coins and Jokes says, so basically, Just because you haven't seen them fail doesn't mean they don't fail, is what you're saying. Is it really that hard? Am I speaking in puzzles and riddles? I'm running a business. When parts fail under warranty, that costs me money. I can't go out to a customer's location to fix their computer for free, while at the same time building a new computer or doing a repair that I can charge for. I have to do one or the other because there's only one of me. If any part fails or becomes a point of failure on numerous systems and it's the same failure, it's the same product, I have to move away from that product or I could go out of business. My ability to pay the rent and to eat is the revenue that's generated from my business. If I have to spend money on my business to take care of things I've already sold, and I have to keep doing it, there's not a lot of profit margin in building computers. And customers, even when you take care of it at your expense, are still usually upset about the inconvenience of it all. So even when you do everything right, you can still be punished in the sense that they may never buy another computer from you again. And if you want to quickly go out of business, stay stubborn to a brand. I absolutely have no brand loyalty except to where it generates a good reputation for me and my part selections to have reliable working computers that last years and years and years. If suddenly Samsung had a bad batch of solid-state drives and I found myself on the losing end of having to go at my time and expense to replace drives and reinstall operating systems, it wouldn't take very long to put me out of business because I don't have a big business. I can't suffer that kind of a blow as much as a larger company can absorb that. I cannot absorb much before that's the end of it and the business will be shut down. And it won't matter what customers think anymore. It won't matter if they're aggravated because I won't have a business anymore. If you see me using specific parts or specific manufacturers like Gigabyte and EVGA and NZXT, it's because they have proven to be a worthwhile investment for me to recommend to my customers so that I can keep generating more revenue and customers come back and order more computers because they're happy with the price they paid and the reliability of what I sold them. That doesn't mean I am guaranteeing there's not going to be a problem. There is no guarantee like that, but I am putting the odds in my favor that I won't have to spend my own time and my own money to fix somebody else's stuff that they bought from me. And some people don't get it. Some people online act as though I'm talking about their mother. They take it very personally, but I'm not making this stuff up. I'm sharing real experiences with you. And I think if you can't handle that, this isn't the right channel for you. If Samsung, again, were to start making drives that were unreliable and it was costing me money, you wouldn't see me use them for a long time. I couldn't afford to. And if I put, if I had a bunch of them out there and they all went bad around the same period of time, that would likely be the end of my business because I wouldn't have the financial means to go out and do all that labor and pay for those repairs out of my pocket. So this isn't a matter of emotion. I'm not emotionally connected to any brand. I just stick with brands that have proven to me to be reliable. I don't care if they've been reliable to you. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care which brands you like because if I have to file for bankruptcy, are you the one that's going to write the check to make up for it because I followed your advice? If not, then you do what you do and I'll do what I do. And the information I give will be to a value of some people and to other people will hold no value. And I don't understand why somebody would watch content they didn't like, but they do. Anyway, changing the power supply out, getting back to this, is a good place to start. Power supplies lately and especially EVGA. I think I've seen one bad EVGA power supply in the last 4 years. I'm trying to remember the last one that failed. And that was a cheap one. That was one of the cheapest ones they make. So it's not likely the power supply, but it could be. If you look back at the repairs on this channel and all the different symptoms that I've diagnosed, it's not often that me changing a power supply solves the problem. But it's possible, and it's a good place to start because you can just grab another power supply. You don't have to install it. You can just set it down and plug it into the motherboard and the video card and fire things back up. Oh, and the pump too. And then fire things back up and see if it behaves the same way. Given that the machine was just idling when it shut off, it doesn't feel like a power supply issue. It could be. It seems less likely to be. What else might I change or take a closer look at? What is your suggestions? Hey, there's $5 from Madi. He says, when you build this system right away, the cooler was going crazy, just like now. I think was the fan on top. I don't remember that, but I do know that when I put my finger on that chipset fan, the noise stopped. So we know that there's a bearing that's bad in that chipset fan. And the problem is, we'd have to take off the heatsink and see what kind of fan connector is on there. It's not enough to get the right fan. You also have the right connector for the motherboard, and the fan has to be the right thickness. It's not just the width of the fan or the height of the fan, but the thickness of the fan, as well as the type of connector and which side is positive and which side is negative. It's not like a case fan. That is a proprietary fan down there, and it's very discouraging for me as a technician to have that as a part that is a potential point of failure. Fans all go bad, and they are likely the first component to go bad. Most computers that I get calls for, generally, if the call is about noise or the call is about heat, it is almost always a fan issue. And these people who put a lot of fans on their computer, for every fan you add, that is another potential point of failure. Now, you as a home user may not care about that. That may not be a big deal to you. But if you have to get in the car and drive 30 miles to some customer's location and bring a $5 fan and swap it out and then get back in the car and drive back, you're gone 3 hours out of an 8-hour workday. And if anything happens on the road, somebody hits you, or you get a speeding ticket, or you drive over something in the road that damages your vehicle, you're going to add all that up to the cost of what it is to repair. So problems like that are avoidable by using quality fans and not using any more than you need. But again, I'm telling you how to make money in business, not how to just squander your time toying around with your computer. That's what those other YouTube tech channels really do, but most of them. So what we're doing here is just being more practical and trying to establish a reasoning behind how you can make a profit in this line of work. And it isn't by buying cheaper parts. That's a quick way to go out of business. It's also not by buying the most expensive parts. That's another quick way to go out of business. And through experience, I've come to familiarize myself with the reliability of certain brands or manufacturers. And again, every single component is going to fail at some point. But I can only use my experience in my environment, which includes the weather, the environmental differences and the elevation, to determine what I think is best for my customers, which is good for my business. So it's all about trying to stay in business. Nevwell says he'd reseat the RAM. That's a good suggestion. Mike in the chat room suggests that we change to an air cooler to test it. That's kind of a lot of work because we can't really take the all-in-one cooler out without removing 8 screws and a bunch of wires and then the block. If we just take the block and let it hang, it's very difficult to get an air cooler in there, and we'd have to change it out from the back plate, because that is a mounting kit specifically for that liquid cooler, and it isn't going to work with other coolers. We're going to have to completely take everything apart to run that test. When you're doing things where you're billing a customer for time, or you're doing it under warranty where it's your time that's keeping you from doing something else, the idea of going that far in so early, to do that level of disassembly, I would need to have justification to make that investment and commitment to that level of disassembly. So, well, that may be something to visit. If this was an air cooler, we just pop it off and pop another one on. It wouldn't be as big of a deal. But because it's a liquid cooler, it's more of a time-consuming thing. We have to take a lot of things apart. And if we did it all for nothing, and we have to put it all right back again, and I prefer to not start there. I prefer to work my way to that if necessary. But I'm still interested in your suggestions, and I'll explain to you what my thoughts are on those suggestions. Not that my thoughts are always right, but I have a business to run, and I have to make decisions based on time and money. Taco says random shutdown issues are unlikely to be an overheating issue. I disagree. 55 Staying Dude says could be your reset switch. Well, no, a reset switch would reset the computer, not power it off. Remember, this computer isn't restarting, it's shutting off. What about looking at the event logs? Well, if we could get to them, that might be an option. Michael says, how about a virus? No. So viruses don't want to shut your computer off. What's the point in that? A virus wants to steal your data, wants to quietly monitor your activities and capture anything you type, including passwords and bank account numbers. They don't just write viruses to shut computers down. That might have been an activity that was done 30 years ago by people with nothing else better to do with their time. Today, virus writing is a multi-billion-dollar worldwide industry. So the motives are clear. They write viruses to make money, not to just mess with people. So no, it's not a virus. I can tell you that right now. John Williams wants to know if the CMOS battery could be dead. Well, if the CMOS battery were dead, then we would exhibit the same behavior. This machine would exhibit the same behavior repetitively. Because the machine will stay on for a while before it shuts down, or sometimes it won't stay on very long before it shuts down, then what you're saying is sometimes the battery's good and sometimes the battery's bad? That seems unlikely. Also, the system was built less than 2 years ago, and it is a name brand motherboard. So it is possible but unlikely that a battery would have gone bad already. Also, if the battery were bad, the problem would be consistent, and it would constantly exhibit the same behavior. This behavior isn't the same. It turns on, it stays on for a random amount of time, and then it shuts off. So that in and of itself, you know, you've got the turning it on part, it turns on, always. You've got the shutting off part, that always happens. But it's that space in the middle, that's the question. Colin wants to know if it could be a pad, power button, or power supply. Well, it's possible, but is it likely? Rick Allen suggests a quick check to remove one channel of RAM and then the other channel. Yes, that's a good suggestion. Supercomputing says swap the GPU. That's possible, could be GPU related. Most people don't have a spare GPU to swap out, but most computer repair shops do. Could there be bad capacitors on the motherboard? Well, that was an issue more than 20 years ago, and I'm the original journalist who brought that to the light and into the public. You can Wikipedia the capacitor plague, and that was still when I was doing a lot of journalism for tech writing for places like Tom's Hardware and Smart Computing Magazine, and expose these bad capacitors that were installed on a lot of motherboards. And well, you can still get a bad capacitor. It's still possible. The plague, the capacitor plague, is not likely going to happen again anytime soon. But yes, a single bad capacitor perhaps wasn't manufactured very well. We can do a visual inspection to see if any of the capacitors look swollen or if they appear to be corroded. Capacitors, generally speaking, are made of a these days, not of a liquid material, in order to avoid that the gassing that occurs within a power supply of within a capacitor with certain chemical compounds. And so the way the manufacturers have dealt with that is by using a solid core type of capacitors instead of the liquid core capacitors. So again, yes, it's possible, but in my opinion, it's not very likely, but that's something we can shine a flashlight and look in there and visually inspect, and also inspect for anything else. Look for transistors or any burn marks, smell for anything. I have not really given it any more of a look than what I've shared with you here live, because this is the first I've had the panel off of it and the first I've turned it on. But those are very easy things to inspect, and that's a good place to start, because it's not like changing the cooler where you've got to do all this work, and then if that turns out to not be the problem, you just did all that work for nothing. This is something that's not a lot of work. You're just visually inspecting it, and so that's a good suggestion, even though, as I mentioned, it's unlikely, but it's possible. Gary Tatum says the relay click sound kind of suggests the power supply. I was thinking the same thing, Gary. Yeah. Is the fan on the power supply moving? That's what Shelby wants to know. That's a great question. The power supplies may not have a fan that moves when it doesn't need it to move. So a visual inspection of a fan not turning on the power supply doesn't necessarily indicate a bad fan. And the power supply is not warm to the touch. When I put my hand on it when I was talking, if the power supply were getting so hot as to cause an overheating situation, this would be unusually warm, uncomfortably warm. Not so hot as to burn yourself, but hot enough to draw your attention and go, that's odd. Could there be a short circuit in the power supply? Absolutely, that's possible, yes. Jacob says, clear the BIOS. Well, we're not really having a BIOS issue. We're not having a software issue. This is a hardware issue, and I don't think clearing the BIOS would do anything at all. So I wouldn't waste my time with that unless I completely ran out of other ideas, because that's sort of like telling me to go change my shoes. It's really not related to the problem. Paul wants to know if it will start up long enough or power up long enough to check the temps. Sometimes. Joseph says, Carey, please check your email. Okay. All right, Joseph, let's take a look. Let's see. It looks like I don't have any new emails. What am I looking for? There's nothing new in my email. Oh wait, let me scroll down. No, there's nothing new in here. Nothing has come in. So, what am I looking for? Paul Cleaver says, how can I send you an Amazon card? There's a link in the video notes below this video that'll take you right to the website where you can buy the gift card from Amazon. It takes you to Amazon's site. And you would just send it to my email address. And my email address I can put up on the screen. Let's see, can I? There it is. Yeah, so if I make this video a little bit smaller so the text is below me, let's do that. And maybe I can move the text as well. Let's move the text down here. That's how you can send questions. But bear in mind that what I'll probably do if people have technical questions is I will not respond to your email. But what I will do is read those emails out loud in a future show. So if you're looking for answers right away, you can find another source for that. I'm kept pretty busy with paying customers who are paying for my time. And so, but it's also good if you have a question that we can use that as content for a future video to answer people's questions they have. And it's a little bit more controlled in the chat room. And please give me all the details of what the problem is, what it is you're talking about. Is it a desktop or a laptop computer? What version of Windows is it running? When did the problem start? And give me as much information as possible, and I can do my best to provide you an answer that I can read aloud in a future show. And just put in the subject line like tech support question or something like that. There's live Windows training with Doug Betts. Hey, Doug, good to see you, my friend. William Turry asks if any components on the motherboard cause the problem. Yes, of course, of course. That is entirely possible. There's a bad part on the board. Literally anything inside of the case could be the cause of the problem. But when we're diagnosing, we want to do as quick of a job and as accurate of a job as quickly as possible, so the customer is not inconvenienced any longer than necessary. And so the next customer who's inconvenienced waiting for you to do them to take care of their machine next doesn't end up going somewhere else to take their business elsewhere because they got tired of waiting on you. So this idea of parts darts, of just randomly swapping things out without any logic, will eventually lead you to a solution in most cases. But I would prefer to have a reasonable understanding of which parts we want to look at first based on probabilities. That's just the way I do it. And so every single part in here would be impractical to just test or swap out every single part. It would just take too much time and cost too much money on parts. And then you have the chance of damaging something or stripping out a screw, well, maybe dropping something by mistake. You're opening up an opportunity to create damage that wasn't there, looking for the damage that is there. So, I just want to see if I've missed any other suggestions here. So yeah, the reason the email's on the screen, if you're just joining us, in a future show, I'll address your technical questions. You can send any technical question and just make the subject support or make the subject technical question, something like that. And I'll move them into a separate folder, and then I will pick through those and read them aloud and provide answers as best I can. We might get to that later this week, so it's not like you're gonna send it and have to wait 3 weeks to watch the video, but that's how you'll get an answer to your question. If I read it out loud, will be on a future live video, but feel free to send it there with subject line of support or tech question, please. So let me put that back to full screen. So every single suggestion that you guys are recommending, absolutely possible, could be the cause of this problem. What I'm thinking is what's most likely the cause, right? Someone could say you could just literally jump in the chat room and pick apart. I think it's the RAM, I think it's the socket, I think it's the CPU, I think it's the video card, I think it's the solid state drive or the BIOS or the BIOS battery. Somebody's going to be right? That's not really skill to just randomly pick product or parts. And it's sort of like ritualizing PC repair. It's better in the industry, if you want to be successful, to think through what is most likely causing this problem. Now, the fact that it even has a problem at all this early on, it's not even 2 years old, right there is unusual. So likely whatever the problem is also going to be unusual. But to consider, where do you start with a power issue, if it's heat related, or if it's power supply related, or as mentioned, the power supply switch, this is all very possible. Absolutely possible. But I want to check the simplest things first, and then I'll work my way to more difficult things, unless I have a reasonable suspicion to justify putting in all the added time and labor. I would rather procrastinate that in the hopes of finding it as something easier. I've seen people go to excess and extremes because a cable was loose, and they can have the whole system torn apart. And then when they go to put it back together, well, one guy broke his motherboard. He was taking the board out, and it was kind of stuck in the case, and he used some brute force and cracked the corner right off the board. So he created a new problem. It had nothing to do with the problem he had. He was trying to figure out what the problem was and made a second problem in doing that. So if I want to take that much effort, I need it to be justifiable to, to take all the cooler off and everything like that. Idler Tire says the fastest way to eliminate heat is to go into the BIOS and check the temps. That's not true at all. So when you have experience as when you're working every day with computers, one of the first things you're going to realize is that when you're in a BIOS, your computer's not really doing much as far as any RAM or CPU utilization. As a result, until you put a load onto the computer, in other words, like when we run Prime 95 or we make the computer actually do some processing, that's when things start to heat up. Being in the BIOS isn't really doing anything for us. The CPU generally is going to run at a reasonable temperature, just idling in the BIOS. So no, I wouldn't say that's an easy way to tell if it's a heat problem. It's quite the opposite. It's an easy way to deceive you from thinking you have a heat problem, and then you move on to doing other work like checking RAM. And then when you've finally replaced everything and you start over again, and you're like, what did I miss? You falsely concluded you didn't have a heat problem because you didn't test that correctly. A computer idling uses very little power and therefore generates very little heat. Cora Vogel says, I would start with checking the cables and making sure that they're all seated properly and swap the GPU to eliminate it from the suspects. A lot of people think going to the GPU is the place to start. Reg Cooper says rising temps when in the BIOS is an indication of a cooling problem. I agree, but when you're having intermittent shutdowns, it's generally related to the load that's placed on the processor. And so if you're in the BIOS, your computer's just idling. It's not really doing anything that's pulling a lot of power or using any amount of RAM that's of any significance. And so yes, if in fact the computer was getting hotter in the BIOS idling, you obviously have a bad cooler. However, we would also feel it. I would feel the heat in the pipes. Looking into the BIOS and just reading your temps is an incomplete and false conclusion to a cooling problem, because most cooling problems, are going to occur when the computer is actually working, not when it's idling. And I've never seen a BIOS where, well, I wouldn't say never, but I haven't seen like a home-built computer with a BIOS that has a feature that runs tests on the RAM and CPU. I've seen that on like Dells and HPs and such, but I haven't seen it on any typical ASUS, MSI, ASRock, or Gigabyte motherboard. So it's not something you can rely on, even if you have a board that has that feature. If you're dealing with customers' computers, you're unlikely to ever see that in a computer BIOS from a home-built computer. So to rely on that as the first go-to for diagnosis is unlikely an option for most computers to even consider looking for it, in my opinion. My friend Ron says, I would do as you taught me. Try another power supply first, and if that's not it, break down the system to the basics. That's a lot of work to break the system down. Nick Lowe says, I would check if the pump is in the correct pin header and not in a fan header. Well, the computer was built by me, and it's never been opened up. So unless it's been running for the last nearly 2 years by luck, if nobody's gone in it and changed anything, how would the connectors be moved? And why was it working for nearly 2 years? So again, we use the process. What I'm trying to teach is critical thinking. Not that critical thinking is going to lead you to the answer the most effective, the most efficiently, but in general, it's to avoid doing any unnecessary work. It's a little bit like playing chess. Your opponent has certain moves they can make depending on the move you make. And when you're playing chess, you want to consider every possible move your opponent could take and how you would defend that. And after you defend that, what could your opponent do? So you think of all this in your head. You have to see it in your head, and then that decides what your first move is going to be. But yeah, checking the power supply, it's a relatively easy thing to do. Again, power supply tester is a complete waste of time. Don't waste your money on a power supply tester. Just grab another power supply and plug it in. Was the PC recently moved? No, the computer has been in the same place, pretty much left on 24/7 for nearly the last 2 years. That's a good question though, because sometimes it's questions like that where the customer doesn't volunteer the information. And then you say, well, was it moved? And oh yeah, I rearranged the room. And then, they knock something loose in the process, right? But if you don't interrogate the client and you're just counting on them to give you the information they think you need, quite often you're not getting the information you need at all. In this case, this is in the machine my sister is using, and she's a technical person, so she's not like the average customer that I have. And so her thoughts were it was heat related and that it was probably the liquid pump, because all these liquid pumps die within, I'd say about 3 or 4 years is an average. That's just an average. Why Davey says I would start by replacing the solid state drive to completely eliminate a software issue. We're not even getting to the software. So you would be wasting your time. The machine shut off before it could even begin to boot. So it's not even getting to the software point sometimes when it shuts down. So it's not a software problem. It could be a bad solid state drive itself, but definitely it's not a software issue because it will happen with the hardware alone. You know, we could boot to an Acronis rescue disk or something like that, and it will likely still shut down. In fact, what we can do is we can grab memtest86. Now, memtest86 is a free utility that you can download from memtest86.com. And I've got a video that walks you through the entire process. But here on this USB flash drive, this is a bootable memtest86. And what will likely happen based on the symptoms I've been told is that this will boot and run, and as it runs, the system will shut itself off. So let's try that first, because that's easier for me than changing out the power, or not changing out power, but it's easier than grabbing another power supply and running through all those cables. But if it doesn't reboot at all during a memtest86, and that's going to be putting a load on the computer, that might point us more towards the solid state drive or controller. But let's go ahead and turn this back on, and we'll go back over to that HDMI input. Let's see if I can do, what is it, F12. Hopefully get me to a boot menu here. Could the pump be clogged? That's possible. These lines that are occurring on the screen indicate a GPU issue. But for now, let's see, Sabrent line. What do we have? Two drives in here? Yeah, there's a Sabrent drive that's NVMe, and there is a MP400 Corsair solid state drive in there. So there's two solid state drives in there, but my USB drive is not showing up as a boot option. That's interesting. So let me turn this back off. Just hold the power button in. There we go. Let me reseat this USB flash drive and turn things back on again. And we'll do another F12 here to see if it'll give us the option to boot from that USB flash drive. Because it wasn't in the list just a minute ago, and that's strange. Yes, this looks much better now. So I probably didn't have the USB flash drive seated all the way in. So let's go ahead and boot to the memtest86 RAM test, and let's see if the machine shuts off during the test. I think that's a good place to start because it doesn't really require any physical removal of hardware. And I don't recommend you do that when the hardware is not yours and it's expensive, unless you're willing to pay to replace it if you damage it. It's also not efficient time-wise to just start replacing parts randomly and playing part starts. So memtest86 is loading as it should. And I'm just waiting for that to finish loading. You see it's staying on so far. This video is live, it's unscripted, and it's unedited, so I don't know what the problem is, but I'm going to explain the diagnostic procedure, and in the end, any of your suggestions that I said, that's probably not it, jury's still out on what it is. So it's quite possible any of your suggestions could be, someone may have already mentioned what the problem is, that I'm saying, I'm not ready to go that far yet. Some people are jumping into open heart surgery before we've just established if that's the source of the problem. It's a pretty significant and intensive repair to do, and it should be avoided unless it's absolutely certain it's necessary. Now, this is interesting. The computer's running just fine. Let's go full screen on this for me so I can see what's happening. Oh, that's me. I don't want to see me. I want to see the screen. Yeah, you'll see it's an AMD Ryzen 9 3950X. That's a 16-core processor. And our RAM temperature is at 34 degrees Celsius. We're looking at 70 degrees Celsius on the CPU, which is a little bit warm, but not so warm to be concerned yet. And it's not rapidly climbing, which if it was rapidly climbing, that would indicate a cooler problem. So we're going to go ahead and let this continue to run. Paul Cleaver said, I've sent you an Amazon gift card. Can you check your email? All right, let me just take another look since we're waiting anyway for MemTest to either finish or the computer to restart. No, I'm sorry, there's nothing in my email, nothing. So I'm not quite sure how you're sending it, but there's 0 new messages. Amazon may not send the gift cards right away. It might take a couple of minutes, but you also have to make sure you have the email address set. If it's misspelled in any way, obviously I won't receive it. But if you can verify that Amazon has sent it, remind me in another 10 or 15 minutes and we can check again. And I appreciate your consideration. While this is running, I can reset this HDMI cable just to make sure that I have it plugged all the way in, and that's not the issue. That having a cable plugged not all the way in could create that the green that you see below the camera, below me. You see all that green stuff. That's all coming from the graphics card that indicates something isn't processing correctly. Hardware-wise, that's not a software issue, that is a hardware issue. And it can be related to the cable that we're using, it could be related to the power that's going into the video card or the video card itself. Greg says the CPU is at 88C. Thank you for telling me. I can't really, when I'm reading the chat, the screen that you guys are seeing for me is about this big and I can't read it. That's too high. As you well know, I don't like the CPU temps ever exceeding 85 degrees Celsius. There it goes. It just now shut off all by itself. So my sister may be right on the ball with regards to the cooler failing. Now, Silverstone sent me this cooler for testing, and I was very impressed with how well it worked. But as you can see, based on the CPU temps that we're witnessing, the cooler it appears it's no longer doing the job that it was doing, because we absolutely should not be hitting temps that high. So that would justify taking this cooler off. Now that we have this information, to go through that much effort and labor makes sense and is justifiable. So let's go ahead and unplug and unplug. And let me come around. My microphone's falling off. There we go. Captive screws, that's nice. Take that off of there and set it down here. And how's this look back? Yeah, this is exactly the way I cabled it. Nobody's touched it. And what do I want to do first? I guess we'll take off the block. Crank up the clutch. And this is cable managed significantly, and we're going to have to undo some of this cable management to get this cooler out. So let me grab my angled wire cutters and my glasses, and let's grab a flashlight while we're here, and let's cut away some of this cable management that is associated with that liquid cooler. So there's that one there. There's this one here. And you got to be really careful when you're cutting away these zip ties, because it's very easy to cut into the cable behind it if you're not careful. And let's see, that's RGB. Yeah, there's another one right there. That one I have to go around to the other side to pull out. Okay, that looks good. And let's see, what else do we have? Probably that cable right there. However, I'm not sure. So what I'll do now is I guess I'll go ahead and take out the screws on top that are holding the radiator in, and then we'll see what it's going to take to have this thing removed. When I'm taking the radiator out and I'm working alone, I always take out the screws that are at the edges, the corners first, because I don't want there to be a lot of weight as I'm removing the screws that secure the radiator in place. I don't want the one whole side of the radiator to droop and potentially bend in the case. So we keep the screws in the middle attached, unless you have helping hands that can hold the radiator and prevent it from dropping when you take out that last screw, or prevent it from bending the case as the weight of it pulls down, depending on how thick the steel is on your case. So right now, the whole radiator, because I've taken all the screws out of the backside, it's sitting down like this. It's putting a lot of pressure on this one last screw. So I want to not only hold it, but I want to lift up on the radiator so the screw will come out much easier. And then I should be able to gently lower that. And the cable management might prevent us from pulling it any more forward. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening. One of the benefits of cable management is that cable management is so tight that it's essentially supporting the weight of the radiator right now on the cables, which is fine by me. And I just have to check and see which of these cables has got stress. It's this bundle right here. So that's going to be this zip tie. Oops. And this zip tie right here. Now, I'm still holding the cables like a leash, because I don't want that radiator to drop because it could hit the video card, and that's a pretty pricey video card to replace. So you see when I move the radiator, this whole line of cables is moving. So I have to remove this zip tie down here. Right here. And another one right down here. Like so. And I was kind of hopeful we'd be able to pull this all out as one unit, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So I will have to take off this zip tie here. And this zip tie here. There we go. Slowly but surely we're making way. And then something's plugged in down here. Where's that going? Looks like that's the ARGB plug-in to the board. So we can get that through. There we go. Take off this zip tie. And we'll unplug the ARGB cable that's going to one of the fans, and that one as well that's going to the other fan on the radiator. And get rid of these zip ties. So this is the downside of cable management. It makes what should be a relatively easy job take far longer, because not only do you have to be very careful when you're cutting through these zip ties, but when you're done, you're going to have to redo all of it again if we're replacing it with a similar setup. And that just doesn't scale well if you've got a business and you have lots and lots of computers in your business. It's going to get real expensive for you. Okay, now I think I can take this. I think I can take it out. Let's see. Lots of cables. Woo, this pump is hot. It's very hot. So all of this cable mess, that's all because of having a liquid cooler. And they do fail, usually within about 3 or 4 years. This one has apparently only lasted less than 24 months. And so that certainly gives us a much better data to consider when recommending whether or not, or evaluating rather, whether or not it should be recommended as a purchase. And right now, I had nothing negative to say about that cooler until now. Yeah, that is super hot. I'm going to grab a paper towel and wipe off the thermal compound that's on it. get it off the CPU. And I want to wipe off the bottom of the block here. Just because I don't want it rubbing up against anything on my counter. And then I have to work twice as hard to clean it up. That is almost too hot to touch. That is very, very hot. So whether or not the liquid got gooey, it certainly felt like fluid was moving through these pipes, but maybe it wasn't moving through as quickly. This does have an access port on it to fill the coolant. It's right up here. There's a what appears to be a fill cap. I wouldn't refill these. These are all-in-one, sealed at the factory, and if you were having an issue like this, when you're dealing with hardware of this value, I wouldn't go cheap on the cooler trying to make it last longer. I'm not quite sure what the warranty on the cooler was, but it's probably a year, so we're well out of that warranty period. And just for giggles, I'm kind of curious how bad this radiator is as far as if it's plugged up or not. Arizona is a very dusty environment, and if the dust is plugging up the radiator, then it's not going to be cooling the liquid inside effectively, and it could result in this exact same scenario where we could be misdiagnosing a pump failure where what we have is a radiator that's clogged. So the first thing I want to do is just get the fans out of the way so I can see the condition of the radiator. And well, it is got some material in it. It's very thin. It doesn't go all the way in. It's just kind of on the surface, and we can probably just rub it right off of there. So that's not likely preventing the airflow. Not likely to cause that bad of a heat situation. It's certainly not helping. Now, if we went to an air cooler, that would be a lot easier to install with much less cable management, but then we don't have that nice RGB aesthetic that we were going for with the build. I am a little concerned now that I see how much dust is in there, even though the other side's completely clean, like this side's clean. That could be causing some issue of air not cooling the fins. So it could be the pump is working and the liquid's just fine. And something as simple as a dusting, you know, instead of, I want you to think about what I'm trying to say, and what I've been saying all along is doing unnecessary work. So if all this needed was a dusting, and we just undid all that cable management and took all this off, after we dust it, we have to put it all back together again to see if it makes a difference. And we could have done this without disassembly. We could have done this first. So once you've got it off, it might be worth it to just, because time is money, to put a new unit on and be done with it. But I am curious, and what I want to do is just take this outside and blow the dust out of it here and see how much comes out. So bear with me here for a second. I'm going to take this outside and hit it with some, I don't know, the leaf blower I guess will work. We'll grab the leaf blower, we'll take it outside, And you guys will have to stand by. I can't take the camera with me, but I will describe to you, and you'll hear the leaf blower, which I have right here. And we'll take the radiator. It's definitely not something I want to do in the house. All right, let me just take this outside. And let me close this. All right, you should still be able to hear me. And let's see what happens. Okay. I didn't really see much come out of it, but visually it looks a lot better. There wasn't like a big plume or cloud of dust or anything. I didn't really see anything come off of it, but you can see it's much cleaner. And I should probably repeat this process with each of these fans. Oops, there goes the screws. They're pretty gunked up. So let me take one of these out here and do this one. We'll come back and do the other one. All right, let's see here. Now, I saw a lot of dust come off of that fan. Yeah, that one looks much better. So we'll put this one back. You can see that looks like this now. And then we'll grab the other one. Don't want to lose those screws. And then you can see how that looks. And in just a minute, I will show you the difference. What's interesting is that radiator looked like it had a lot of dust on it, but when I hit it with the leaf blower, I didn't really see anything come off. These fans don't look that bad, but when I hit it with the leaf blower, it looks like they were dropped in a sandbox. Like they were, the one that looked bad wasn't bad, and the one that doesn't look bad is worse than it looked. Okay, so now the magic of the leaf blower. It never ceases to amaze. Now, how would you feel if you did all the work I just did only to have to dust it for that to fix the problem? And what if you dusted it first before you went through any of this, just to see if that solves the problem? How much more time would you have left today, and how many more problems could you fix? Were you just going to do this today, and that's all the money you're going to make, that's all you can get done? Or could you have simply dusted it without taking anything apart other than the side panel and tested it, and let's say it doesn't overheat anymore? Think about the difference that would make to how many things, how many computers you could repair in one day. So you always want to check the easy things first. That is rule number one. So before we talk about taking everything apart and even changing the power supply, blowing the dust out of it is something I didn't do because of how clean the system looked. And it wasn't until I took the radiator out that I saw how it was pretty much missed in the dusting. I made an assumption that if the system's this clean, then the radiator should be as clean, right? But when this was dusted, it appears nobody went up on the top and dusted it, up and down. They just went back and forth this way. And there may be a lot of dust in the power supply. Maybe. So I don't know. I didn't ask that question to my sister when I picked it up, and she didn't mention it. She didn't say, oh, by the way, I dusted it. Or she said it and I didn't really hear it. She may have said in her own diagnostics of figuring it out, she blew the dust out of it. But that just goes to show you that she didn't. She thought she did, but she didn't. So even people who are technically, have a technical mindset can still think they cleared all the dust out when there's a whole area that was never touched by the duster. I'm just picking up these zip ties. How many of these did I cut away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. And then let me rinse my hands because they've got dust on them. And everything I'm touching now is leaving dusty fingerprints. Okay. Alrighty then. Now you can imagine if you're working in a corporate environment or you're a self-employed computer tech and one of your clients calls you and has a computer that's shutting down randomly and you're working on site, this would be a very difficult thing to do on site because it takes a lot of room and there may be tools you need that you're not going to have on you. But one of these little dusters, like I use these little dusters like this, you can take with you and you could do a dusting mobile on the go. It's an easy tool to have with you. It doesn't take up a lot of room. It's got a nice strong airflow and a nice carbon anti-static brush here. And even the back of the power supply, you can see if any dust comes out the bottom. So it looks like she did a good job of clearing out the power supply because otherwise we would have seen a plume, like a cloud of dust come out if this wasn't blown out. But it looks like she blew the power supply out and she blew the interior out, but she just failed to do the radiator, and I failed to check it until I actually had it in my hands. Let's face it, with the fans blocking, the fans are down below here, and then the top of this is up at the top of the case. I would have to have the case on the floor looking down at it, and even then there's just little holes up here. It'd be hard to see, but I could still have gone up here and dusted like that. So there may be nothing at all wrong with the pump or the radiator or the fluid, and that it just could be dust related. If you live in a dusty atmosphere, as we do here in Phoenix, that should be one of your first go-tos if you're having anything heat related. Instead of overthinking it as a pump or a power supply, maybe just check the basics and make sure all the fins on the cooler are clear. Whether it's an air cooler or a liquid cooler, those fins are absolutely critical to the ability of the cooling properties of how effective it's going to be at cooling the air. And look, if that's all it is, then that's great. It's an easy repair. But I made it, if that's all it is, I made it a lot more work. Just redoing the cable management is going to take probably an hour. If I put this all back together, and I'm not going to cable manage it at first, and it doesn't fix the problem, and in fact there is an issue with the liquid or the pump, then it all comes back out again. So it depends on what you had plans for today. For most business clients, they need to get their employee back up and running as soon as possible because the employee's still getting paid. It's not the employee's fault the computer's not working, and they can't do their job without the computer. So the boss would rather just authorize you to spend the $150 or $100 on a new cooler and get it installed rather than keep messing with this one. Something else that can happen is this can put a lot of stress and wear onto the pump itself. So let's say, for example, we're at a client's office. Client doesn't want to spend any money they don't have to. So they want you to go ahead and try this now that you've cleaned out the dust and see if it solves the problem. And let's just pretend it does, and you put everything back in recable management. Recable manage it. What do you think the odds are that they call you again with the same problem, only now it's because the pump failed? In other words, maybe we're thinking it's the pump now, but then we see the dust and we go, oh, maybe it was just the dust. So we clear the dust and everything's running good again for a few days or a few weeks, but the damage that was caused to the pump finally caused the pump to give out a couple weeks later. And then you're right back at undoing your cable management, taking things off and interrupting another workday for that employee who is not able to be productive that day and can't help their customers, and it's costing them money. So it's a very different world than just sitting at home messing around with your own stuff. It's a completely different world. And I wish there were more YouTube channels that expressed and shared the process of fixing computers for a living versus just doing it for fun. Which isn't to say you can't have fun doing it for a living, but when you're doing your own computer, there's no pressure. There's no pressure. Not compared to when it's somebody else's and they're paying you. And they're expecting you to do it as quickly as possible and as cheaply as possible, and that you do it right the first time so you don't have to keep coming back, and they don't want to continue to have the interruptions and disruptions to their productivity. So it adds pressure. I enjoy my job a lot, but I don't like the pressure. So if that day comes where I want to, retire, I would still do this, but I wouldn't do anything that was mission critical, or if I did, it would be one thing at a, I wouldn't take on multiple projects that all had deadlines, because even though I enjoy the work, once you meet one deadline, you're rushing to the next deadline and the next deadline, and that's been my life for a number of years now, and it's exhausting. It just never stops. So for me to be retired, what I would like to do is to continue working, but to do so without the pressure. Then it would be fun again. Like, it would be more fun for me. John Eloy Sr. says, if there was circulation, wouldn't the hose be hot or warm also, not just the cooling head? You would think so. You would think so, but it depends how thick these hoses are and how well they're insulated. They could be much, much hotter underneath the sleeving. Or on the other hand, it could be that the pump failed, and the pump failure could be a result of it working so hard because it had been clogged for such a long time that it just exhausted it and it just died. Now, the pump should always be running at one speed regardless of how hot the computer is, right? The only thing that should be changing speed are the fans that are blowing the air through. And as the CPU gets hotter, the pump doesn't pump any more or pump any less, but the fans crank up to move more air over those fins to get the liquid cooled more effectively. So trying to use logic to avoid doing a test would, in my opinion, make you a horrible technician, as far as saying, I don't need to test this because I don't feel any heat, unless you're very familiar with this specific model of liquid cooler and you know that they do get hot when they fail, or that they don't get hot when they fail. This is the only model of this cooler I have ever used. This is the only one. There's not like I've installed 10 of these. I've only installed one of these. And my experience with this model and its idiosyncrasies is still unknown to me. So I always want to test things to verify my thesis, my hypothesis of, it's not a thesis, it's a hypothesis, of what I think is wrong. I need to verify it rather than just convince myself through some bizarre logic that's ultimately finding an excuse to not do the work. When time is money, as it often is for business clients, then it's faster and it's cheaper to simply replace the unit than to try and keep it running. Because, as I mentioned, even if we address the issue today, who's to say there won't be consequences in the near future that will result in another support call? So it's always the best solution is the fastest one, which is also the cheapest one, unless your time is worth nothing. Now, if your time is worth nothing, you know, have at it. But I wouldn't say that the pump isn't working because I can feel the hoses vibrating, and that vibration indicates fluid is moving. There could be a reduction in the amount of fluid that may have evaporated in time. And this little cap right here, usually this, I shouldn't say usually, a lot of times this is where the factory fills it and that it's not removable. Not that you couldn't remove it, but it's not intended to be something for the consumer to do. And yeah, it's possible that the fluid ooh, I wonder if you can hear it. It almost sounds empty. Interesting. Let me look back through the chat here and see what I've been missing. Stealth Mode says it sounds like pieces of the impeller are floating around. Yeah, maybe. Samuel Kowalski thinks it could be clogged. Could be. Jim KJ3N says if that much fluid is gone, that's not good either. Agreed. And one cooler doesn't dictate that all coolers of this model from this manufacturer would exhibit the same issue in the same period of time. I don't have enough. One is not a good sample size to make that conclusion. So let me go back up through the chat here and see what I've been missing. Paul Cleaver contributes £5. Hi, Paul. Thank you for your contribution. Oh, there's my sister in the chat room as L, with the wrench next to her. She says, this is all true. I did not blow from the top down last time I dusted it. Well, I mean, I can see that. Let's keep looking through the chat. lot of people think there is a clog. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, there's Peter. Peter says hello to Linda. And Linda sees it and says hello back. Very good. I'm catching up. I'm behind. Jonathan Mayberry wants me to check the liquid. I don't think this is serviceable. I really don't. I really just hear fluid. I don't hear parts. But it's clearly, at the very least, it's a bit low. I'm kind of curious if this fill cap can be removed. It looks like there's a rubber plug on it. Let me get my small flat blade screwdriver to see if I can, well, you know what might work better than that? One of these little picks. You see what's underneath this rubber cover here. Oh, look at that. There is a, right under here, let's see if I can bring it up to the camera. Right under here, we have, you can fill this. You can check it and fill it. So we got nothing to lose. And although I am buried in work, I'm curious. I have never filled or drained a liquid cooler before because these all-in-one coolers typically are not user serviceable. They're meant to be thrown away when they stop working. But this one looks user serviceable. Now we have a Torx bit in there that looks, I'm not quite sure what size that is. Let's see if I got something here. Oh, this might do it. It looks to be, what is this? 15? That feels like it's the right one. Well, there's fluid in it. You know, I remember I had that bottle. I had a bottle of fluid here. Which cooler? Probably shouldn't be blending the fluids together, but what do I have to lose? What did I do with that bottle of coolant? I got to look around a little bit. I know I've got that. It's just coincidence that I was installing a cooler the other day. Here it is. It was the Be Quiet cooler that came with the enema. Oh, don't use this as an enema, by the way. It definitely will not help you run cooler. Don't ask me how I know that. Should I put my rubber gloves on for this? This is probably going to create a mess. I think I don't want to risk getting the top of the bench wet. Let me find some towel that I don't care about that I can lay down below it, and then it can absorb the spill that's going to inevitably occur. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, this will be great. This towel is, looks like maybe got some bleach on it or something. It's a little discoloration. So we'll use this towel here. And I have screws all over the floor. Let me pick these up. Let's see, how do I want to do this? So I have never ever done this before, and it could get very messy, and I wish I could give you a better close-up. But let's just see what happens here on this coolant. We would probably be better off evacuating the coolant that's in it now, but I'm just gonna blend them together. See, now I didn't put that much in. What I'm trying to do is get the fluid to move down to the bottom reservoir. There's a little tank on each side. And of course there's what's in the hoses and the pump itself. Yeah, there's really not, it didn't take very much at all. Or it's not like the fluid level, it's sitting up there for quite some time. It's not really going anywhere. Like you would think it would fill up any air gaps that exist, but if there were any, they must be super tiny. Let's put this screw back in it and see what happens. This is going to spill over a little bit. Okay. I just want to get some of that liquid out of the, in the little area that I put the screw in. It's still got a little puddle around it. And I don't want to put the cap on top of that and have it drip out on the computer. This should be non-conductive liquid, but it's still messy. So if for no other reason than to avoid having little drips I have to clean up, we'll just use a Q-tip and soak up whatever's sticking out there on top of that screw. Okay. And then I can put the little plug back on top. This little rubber plug goes right there on top. That's all there is to that. Now, normally when people would fill a reservoir like this, you would give 12 or, yeah, it's probably 12 volts, 5 volts, whatever it is, to get the pump moving, to get the fluid. Without the pump moving, you're not really topping it off because the fluid needs to be moving. Then of course we can take the bottom off the plate the heat transfer plate here. We could pull that off and see the condition of the pump and the fluid in there. But I'll tell you, the fluid looked good in there. It looks like water. That's what it looks like. It's not any color. It's clear, the same as what we see in this Be Quiet bottle. Looks like it's the same type of coolant they're using, which is probably, all the manufacturers are probably using the same coolant anyway. And then I want to prevent this from spilling, so we'll put the cap back on that. Okay. All right, I'll just leave that there, and let's come back around. And if you're wondering, this whole little kit with that little ratcheting driver, that all comes together, and it's from Harbor Freight Tools. And it's simply called a 26-piece screwdriver set. All right, let me see what I'm missing in the chat. If it wasn't contaminated before, it is now. Yeah, that's true. This is true. Ron says he sent Ron Barnesh said he sent a gift card. Well, there's a $50 gift card from Joseph Winterhalter. Thank you, Joseph. That's the only one I have received. Let's see. Okay. It's a slow day today. Usually I get a lot of emails, but I don't know. Something's going on. All right. I am going to put this back on just out of curiosity. I don't know if there was enough dust that was blocking it. We certainly didn't add much as far as liquid goes, but that's not really the proper way to fill a radiator. But these aren't really meant to be user serviceable. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens next. Yeah, I guess I can put the fans back on it. Yeah, we'll put the fans back on it. Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Move this towel out of the way. Okay, so if we're putting this in, let's see, how was it in before? It was in like this. And that means the fans, put that in that way. Trying to visualize this. All right, we're putting it in this way. Pump is going to be on there. So our fans are going to go here. Yeah. Okay. Just have to see it in my head to know which way to rotate these fans. I want the cables coming out of this side like this. It's going to be pulling air in from the case, or from inside the case, pushing it through the radiator and then out through the top. We'll align both of these. And let's see here. I gotta get my red driver. Now, because I just want to test this, I am going to only put a couple of screws in to the radiator to secure it up here. Let's see. I wouldn't even do this, except they're going to get in my way if I don't. Let's see. Let's see. Oopsie. A lot of people, I think, when they start, as a computer technician, you're always worried about how am I going to get a job or how am I going to find work. And so at first, you're going to have a lot of time on your hands, and you're going to, probably double and triple check everything. But what happens when you have more work than you can do in a day, week after week, month after month, year after year? So work like this is not something I would even entertain. In this case, I'm using, making a YouTube video. But on the business side of things, I would never do this. I would just simply replace it with another cooler, get it repaired, move on to the next one. So some of you may be watching at home and saying, oh, I would take everything apart and I would clean it all, and that's all well and good that you have nothing but time on your hands. But that would cost me lost income far more than replacing the unit. And so that is a strictly hobbyist activity only, because if you charged regular tech labor rates to do the work I'm doing right now, you could buy this radiator and all-in-one cooler 3 or 4 times before you match the cost of labor. But when your time has no value, and that's how you want to entertain yourself, that is not a business mindset, not a sustainable one. So I would never do this. Bump it into something up here. I don't know what it is. Okay, that looks like that's gonna work. If I can get the screw onto the screwdriver, that would make my life easier. There we go. If you have 4 hands and you're 8 feet tall, it's an easy job. Just need something to hold it in place just for a minute. Okay. I don't need to put all the screws back in, but I do want to make sure it's flush so that there's no interruption to the air pathway. That should be good enough. Okay, good enough for testing. And what is this? This is feeding something. That's the ARGB stuff. Okay. Okie dokie. Actually, I want to leave that here for a second. Oh, getting warm in here. I think I need a cooler. Oh, I see Photo Ray has joined us in the chat. Welcome into Photo Ray. Craig Allen said the unit has a 2-year warranty. Well, it may not be a warranty issue, though. Samuel Kowalski contributes $5 and says, keep up the good work. Thank you, Samuel. Thanks for supporting the channel. Let me grab a cold Gatorade, and then we can plug these cables in, and I'm not worried about how it looks because I might just be taking it all right back out. I'm very, very curious if it's that sensitive to dust potentially blocking the radiator. I don't know. And like I said, normally I wouldn't even care, wouldn't even be bothered. But I'm gonna let my curiosity get the better of me on this one. Okay, that's all the ARGB. I'm not gonna hook that up for right now. I need power to the fans. And I've got a fan connector here, but I need to have 2 of them. Where did I take it from? Let's see. This is doing what? That's going to go to the pump. Okay. Okay. Let's see. That's interesting. So it looks like I've got the fans hooked up to the CPU optional header on the motherboard. I was looking to see if there was an all-in-one header for a pump on this motherboard, and it does not appear to have one. It looks like I just have CPU optional and CPU fan, and then we have a system fan 2 header. Well, there's not many fan headers on here. It's interesting. No fan headers across the bottom of the board at all. Bear with me for just a second. I'm trying to figure out where this other cable's going. It looks like it's coming out of the fan. Oh, that's because it is coming out of the fan. I thought I pushed that through to the other side before I installed it. Apparently not. Okay. Alrighty then. I am absolutely baffled, right? Where is that coming from? Oh, I think I know what I did. I think this is a fan splitter. I see. I can't see it now with the radiator put back in. I'm like, wait a minute, these look identical. I did put the fan wires through. Those are a completely different kind of a cable. This cable I'm messing with is the the socket side of it, and it's sleeved. So I was trying to figure out where that was coming from. I thought it was going into the fan, but no, it's on the CPU optional. So that means, how do I want to do that? I suppose I could put it out through there. That's good enough for now. Let's see. Yep. Trying to get this little cable in through the wire management hole, and it really should go to a wire management hole behind the radiator, but I don't want to take the radiator back out. All right, well, that'll be good enough for right now. And then I can plug this fan back into this plug, and plug this fan back into this plug. And then we can reseat the block. And then all the other cables are just ARGB, which I'm not worried about, unless it all works, and then in which case we'll put it all back together. So we can clean off the top of the CPU with some isopropyl alcohol and a Q-tip. Let's see. Just trying to get any sort of remaining thermal compound off the top of the heat spreader on the CPU. Doesn't have to be perfect. And then we'll do the same thing to the bottom of the water block. Yeah, a lot of stuff came off there, but that should be fine. here, put this over here, and we'll grab some thermal compound. I keep hitting this piece of glass. I better move it before I break it. Put that over here with the other panel. Now, since this water block is being plugged into a CPU fan header, I need to go into the BIOS and make sure that it knows the CPU fan header is going to be on full speed at all times. Sometimes there's an option in the BIOS for selecting all-in-one pump on the CPU fan header. Otherwise, there'll be an option to just run it full speed. The pump always wants to run at full speed. Some motherboards have an AIO, or all-in-one fan header, specifically for that purpose. One of the dangers, people talk about the CMOS battery or the BIOS battery and resetting the BIOS, was if we did that and we hadn't thought to change it, then we would actually be making the problem potentially worse, which is why I didn't go in there. Furthermore, nothing should have changed in there anyway. It wasn't like a BIOS update was recently done or anything like that. Actually, I think there's enough thermal compound on there. Let me see how it spreads out before I put the other tube away. It's okay to, finish off a tube and use another tube of thermal compound if it's all the same thermal compound. I don't want to use two different kinds of thermal compound and blend them together. That would be bad. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need some more. Oh, there's barely any left in this tube. Well, that's good. I'm emptying my drawer today. There's no point in saving it if it only had a little tiny drip left in there. So that'll free up some space. All right, but that may be all I needed. Let's see how this spreads out. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be just fine. Just fine. And let's see. Unfortunately, you're not going to get to really see what I'm doing here because I don't have the overhead camera set up. But we're just going to reattach the reattach this water block to the top of the CPU. Probably helps if I get these started. That'll probably make my life a little easier. See, there's that, and there's this one. Oh, Bob Connors joins us. Hey, Bob. Whoa. All right, let's see if I can get that seated on there now. And Marty contributes $5, said you used a splitter when you built it. Yeah, I know that. That's what I said. When I was trying to figure out what that sleeved cable was, I said, oh, it's a splitter. I must have used a splitter when I installed it. And then you just said you used a splitter when you installed it. Okay. Does that look right? I can't really see. It's very dark in there. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, that looks good. I still somehow got thermal compound on my hands. Just rinse my hands off here before I go leaving more thermal compound on stuff I'm touching. And then I need to plug in the pump to the CPU fan header. There we go. The other cable is just an ARGB cable, so I don't care about that. I just want to see if this is going to make any difference at all. This could make a complete night and day difference, or it may do nothing at all. So, you know, we'll see what happens here. Bring that back around, put these things away. And we'll plug it back in and fire it back up. So down here, I should have the cables I need. Power cable. And video cable. Keyboard still plugged in. We'll switch this on. Turn that on. And let's go over to the HDMI input. And we're going to go into the BIOS. And we want to make sure that CPU fan header is set to full speed or all-in-one pump if that's an option. I didn't hit it in time. Boots quick. All right, let me go full screen here for a minute for me so I can see. Let's do a restart. Restart. start. And I'll try to be quicker with my delete button press this time. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see what we have in here. PC health. No, that's not what I want. CPU fan, speed control, we want it to be full speed at all times. Again, that's just powering the pump, the liquid pump. So I don't know why it's offering us CPU fan control mode if we're saying full speed. And of course, we never want it to stop. We could certainly enable this warning if it determines the pump's not spinning. And we can even put a temperature warning in there if the CPU is over 90 degrees Celsius. Then we can hit F10. F10 doesn't do it here. Hit escape. How about F10 now? There we go. Save, yes. And then we'll reboot and we'll run Prime 95 on it, or not Prime 95. We'll run, I suppose we could run Prime 95 on it. I was going to say we could run memtest 86, but the reason I ran memtest 86 to begin with is because I couldn't get the computer to stay in Windows long enough to run Prime 95. So let's try Prime 95 first and see if it shuts down on us like it did last time. Are the cooling fans spinning? Yeah, radiator fans are on. Let me see if I can feel these hoses. Do I feel anything happening? Yeah, I mean, there's fluid moving. I can feel the fluid moving through those hoses. All right, let's take a look now. Oh, no, it just shut off. Okay, so there's clearly an issue with the cooler, and that's giving us the grief, and that's why I didn't want to recable everything, right? Hook up all the RGB and stuff, just enough to get us through to a fair test to determine how to proceed. I was kind of curious if, like I said, sometimes something that minor could make a world of difference by just blowing the dust out of it and ensuring that the pump is set to full speed. Now, if we were to put an air cooler on this, that would likely not cool as well. This is a very hot chip, and it also won't give us that visual aesthetic, but it would be easier to maintain it, and we'd be less likely to have any other cooling issues in the future. Worst case scenario on a tower cooler is one of the fans goes out, and that's easy to replace it. You don't have to undo a bunch of cable management and stuff. But then you lose that pretty RGB. Although the majority of RGB on this case is really just the RAM, I think, and maybe the graphics card. You know, the RGB on the fans below the radiator, you can't really, I guess if you're looking down on it, you could maybe see through it, but I have another liquid cooler from Silverstone, although this one's all in white, so that's not going to match the build, so that's not going to be good for us. I also have in the other room, I have a basic non-RGB Corsair H115i, which will probably do a good job for cooling, but isn't much to look at. Of course, we've got the black Mugen 5, but that may actually not do a good enough job to keep this CPU cool when under load. Huh. What else do I have? Oh, I've got an Enermax cooler, liquid cooler. Thought I had another liquid cooler here somewhere. I don't know. I got one of those big Noctua D15s, but that'll cover, that makes having a glass panel pointless because that cooler's, you know, this big and it's going to cover the RAM. You won't be able to see that. And I don't think that'll be ideal. So I don't know, Linda, what do you think? Do you have a preference of sticking with a liquid cooler? If I put the Mugen 5 on it, it'll be black with no RGB. And we can run it on Prime 95 to see how long it'll be before it overheats. But under regular loads, the Mugen 5's fine with that CPU. But when it's pushed really hard for a period of time, it likely won't be a good enough cooler. I was trying to see if I thought I had another liquid cooler here, but maybe I used it in something, or maybe I don't have an RGB one. Linda says shiny is good. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the aesthetic of this build was just as important as the level of components for performance. This was a combination of power and of aesthetic. So I might have to order a cooler for this. If you want to stay with RGB, I'm also a little disappointed that we don't have an all-in-one header to plug the pump into. I would certainly feel better using a liquid cooler when a motherboard has specifically an option for that. Not that it is that big of a deal, but it's enough. Yeah, the block is hot. It is hot. I was kind of wondering if the block was seated firmly onto the top of the CPU, and it wouldn't be getting that hot if it wasn't that, you know, attached to it. So I did seat it correctly, pretty sure. There's one other place I can look. I thought I had another, I swear I had another cooler. I just don't know where I put it. Or that I might have used it and I don't remember using it. That's always possible. Well, nothing like trying to find a box in a sea of boxes while I'm live on camera. Well, it must be that white cooler I was thinking of. This other Silverstone cooler is RGB, that it's white, and I must be thinking of this one. And they sent this to me to test it. This one actually replaces that one. This is the current model, and that's the previous model, or so I was told. Just looking through the chat here to see if there's any other suggestions or questions that I might have missed. Still catching up in the chat, guys. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through here to see what I've missed. Can it be the CPU? I've only seen a couple of bad CPUs in my 3 decades in the industry, maybe a dozen. So anything's possible, but that doesn't seem likely. No, it's likely just a cooler. This would be expected. A bad CPU wouldn't be expected, but a liquid cooler with a bad pump after a couple of years, that's sort of normal. So if I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna go with what's normal as my first choice. $20 from Madi. He says, good luck, bro. There's no luck involved, right? It's just a matter of testing and verifying. LRCX wants to know, putting a Mugen air cooler on it may be a way to eliminate other issues. There might be. Maybe. Or it could introduce new issues. Let's see. Kenny Whidden says, what about trying an air cooler just to test it? Well, that means I have to open a brand new air cooler out of the box, and then it becomes a used air cooler that I then have to sell accordingly. So unless it's a permanent solution, otherwise if I had an open cooler, I would just use that instead. But the only open cooler I've got is the D15 from the Big Beast build. Why Davies wants to know if I have any thoughts on the green lines. Not yet. That's the least of my concern right now. Okay, well, I guess for one thing, we have to definitely take this old cooler back out again. So I can go ahead and do that while I contemplate some options. I'll let that just kind of roll around in my head as I'm working here. I'll think about something I could put on temporarily, but this cooler has to come out anyway, so we'll go ahead and take care of that now. And I'm satisfied that the cooler is bad and it's not worth repairing. It's certainly not worth taking it apart. And, you know, I don't need to do forensic analysis on it. It's just no interest. I have no interest in that at all. I kind of long for the days when I first started my business and I didn't have very many customers, because I would have the freedom to just play, because that's just playing. And unfortunately, playing interferes with my ability to earn money. And the house payments due every month, and the electric bills due every month, and the cell phones due every month, and the cable bills due every month, and all the other bills. So I'd like to have enough money to pay those bills, as well as have something left over. And any amount of time that I'm messing around is me losing money, is what it is. So I gotta know where to cut my losses at, or I won't have a business anymore and I won't have that problem anymore. There's probably at least 6 months of work here waiting to be done. If it's just me doing it, I'm gonna say, if I bust my butt and I just work as hard as I can for the next 6 months, I might be able, my goal is to be through it by the end of the year, but if I can do it in 6 months, that would be great. So I am under a ton of pressure. All right, let's keep that there. I don't know why I didn't just feed that one through there. And we'll take the block back off. Gotta crank this up. And I gotta grab a paper towel and get all of that fresh thermal compound off of there, because that stuff just leaves a mess everywhere. Well, that was interesting anyway. And I am just surprised that this cooler didn't even last 2 years. Should have got twice as much time out of it. But when we talk about, when I tell you a water pump is good for about 4 years, what that means is some water pumps will run 6 years and some will run 2. If you average it out, you're going to get about 4, statistically speaking. Your mileage may vary depending on your environment and how well it's maintained, how it was handled during the distribution. In other words, when you ordered your cooler, if at any point the shipper kicked it, the box, then it could have damaged it in shipping or could have created could have had an effect on its long-term performance, or could have just been really up to the imagination what could have happened. It doesn't mean they're all going to be that way. That maybe, but that's the only one I've got of that model. And so 1 is not a good sample size to come to any conclusion. So let me move this out of the way. Put that over here. I was looking to see if I had an air cooler that was already open that I could borrow. I have the Noctua, that big D15 that we were using temporarily in the Big Beast build, and certainly not much to look at. But it'll work. And I have it, it's already opened, so I'm not going to diminish its value. And this should be the mounting parts. And that can at least get us past whatever this issue is, and then see if we have any issues with that video card and decide how we want to move on after that. Now, all of these parts go with that other cooler, and I don't want to mix these up. Tammy K contributes $5 Canadian, says, hello, Carey. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you, Tammy. Thanks for supporting the show. Carl stops in and says, hello. Hey, Carl. Someone's mentioning something about the warranty. That cooler was sent to me for review. Please understand that when a company sends me a product for review, I don't have to deal with warranty. I just call the company and go send me another one. Right? It wouldn't matter if it was in or out of warranty. They'll say, "Oh, you want another one? Have another one," right? Because it's promotion for them. People get to see their cooler, and it doesn't cost them anything other than whatever it costs them to make the cooler and send it to me, which is far less than the retail price. So they'd be more than happy to send me another one if I asked for it. I definitely don't need to warranty it. I don't need to send anything back. But for those of you at home, obviously that would be something you would need to weigh and consider. Is this Intel only? I think this is Intel only. These are instructions for Intel sockets. Is there an AMD one? This is all just Intel for some reason. This must, maybe I threw away. Did I throw away the AMD stuff? Should work on AMD. Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I see different brackets and screws. And spacers. That looks like a standard Intel bracket. I didn't keep the box, so I don't know what socket compatibility it has, but the instructions that I have are all Intel only. So this isn't going to work for us, or maybe it will, and I just don't have the documentation. Usually these white spacers are AMD, and usually these little tiny brackets are AMD. They didn't label the parts as Intel or AMD, and I only have 2 instruction sets. And they're both Intel. I'm not looking to do a permanent fix with this. I'm simply looking to get it up and running, and I can't do that without a cooler. Once I have a cooler on it, then I can run it through more tests especially concerned about the graphics card. It'd be a shame to order a cooler only to find out we have a bad GPU as well. This system has not aged well for some reason, maybe. I'm not sure what's going on with it. But I need to at least get it up and running in order to further the diagnosis. But if that resolves everything, then I can order a different cooler, you know, a liquid cooler with RGB and put that in at a later date. Let's see here. I'm just looking in the chat, see what you guys are talking about there. All right, well, I think these are AMD parts. Why did I not keep the AMD instructions? And why didn't not show a label which brackets were which? I don't know. Let's look it up online. NHD 15 manual. Installation manual for AM4. Okay, that's what we have, socket AM4. Interesting. Which spacers are they using? Plastic spacer. Okay, which one? The white one, the gray one, or the black ones? It gives me the part number for the spacers, but the documentation is drawn, so there's not an actual picture of the spacer, so I'm not sure which spacers I'm supposed to use. We have white spacers, we have black spacers, and we have gray spacers. And I'm only going to put this on temporarily. It's going to come right back off. We can just use an AMD cooler. Well, we could just put a stock AMD cooler on it. It's not going to run very well, and it may not solve heat issues under a heavy load, but it would be easy to clip on if I, you know what, let me see. It's not a bad idea. I think I've got one of those giant ones though. Well, you know what, it might just do. It might just do. I have just a basic AMD cooler here. So it would be a lot less effort to put on. But, you know, shame on me for not having the AMD documentation. I don't know why I would have done that. Because I knew I was going to use this cooler for something in the future. Something would always come up. And it did, and I don't have everything I need. It does show that the AMD part list here includes the spacers and screws. I've got all the parts. I just don't know. I don't know which spacers they are. But yeah, it's a good idea. We'll just use the stock AMD cooler because it's only going to go on temporarily regardless. So it doesn't have to be the perfect cooling solution. It just needs to be something, right? Because what we've got now is nothing. And I take something over nothing. You can quote me on that. All right, let's move that aside and clear some counter space. Grab that, move it away. I'm not going to worry about cleaning the CPU again. We'll just throw some compound on it. Like I said, it's just temporary. All these, I'm just grabbing all of the thermal compound tubes that had just a little tiny bit in them. Which one did I use there? I used the scythe. So let me grab another one, the scythe cooler. It's thermal compound. Oh, now I think I put on too much. All right. Well, that's what happens when you're running a shop and you've got lots and lots of different parts. Start losing track of what I have and whether or not I used it or where I would have put it, and didn't know I was going to need it. So it's not like I was prepared for this specific repair. However, despite the slight delay in figuring out how I wanted to proceed, it's not difficult work if you get all the right parts. That is almost too much thermal compound there, buddy. All right. And like I said, I'm not going to worry about cleaning the surfaces. This is just a temporary solution to get us through. And it should be, I guess, it's going to go on this way. I think I'm going to have to undo that cable management. So it's not leaving me enough cable. Okay, we'll take that. And set this back. These AMD coolers are always fun to put on because of that back plate. There's nothing to hold it in. And I can't really do this upright. It has to be laying flat. Okay, that's better. And then we'll plug in the fan header, or the fan cable rather, into the fan header. All right, now you can see what I've been doing there. It's pretty basic heatsink. It's not difficult to put on, except with the back plate, just with nothing holding it on. When you have the clip-on AMD coolers, those are much easier to put on because the back plate stays in place, but they're typically not very good cooling systems that use those. But you know, even AMD's own cooler here screws directly into the back plate, which is a far better even weight of applying the right amount of pressure to the top of the CPU. Just make sure these are tightened down good enough here. Oh yeah. Yeah, those come to a dead stop, which is nice. That looks good. That looks good. Yep, all that looks good. All right, let's plug it back in and see what it does. Keyboard and mouse is still there. Those are the old fan headers. It is weird that it's got that green, whatever that is. Make sure my cable's plugged in good to the back of the capture card. All right. So we're going to need to go back in the BIOS and change that full speed back to normal on the CPU fan control. See, I need this keyboard here. And while we're waiting, just see if anybody else has reached out here. Miguel Torres sent in an Amazon gift card for $10. Thank you, Miguel. All right. let's go ahead and run Smart Fan. Put that back on normal. Okay, that looks good. And then escape F10. You know what? I'm going to put memtest86 back. No. Do I? Yeah, let me put memtest86 back in. And then we'll say yes to save configuration and exit. And then we'll do the F12 and select the memtest86 flash drive as our boot and see if we can get through an entire pass of memtest86. Because I also want to check the RAM. I want to make sure the RAM's okay. I'm still a little concerned about what's going on with that graphics card. And I missed it. One more time. If that's all it needs, then after the show I can just order another liquid cooler for it. We could put the same, Silverstone cooler with all the colors and lights, or we could do something like in the NZXT cooler, like what I have in the streaming computer next to me. There we go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and let that run. And then while it's running, if you have any questions for me, we're going to see if we can get through a full run of memtest86 without it shutting down like it did before, now that we have just a basic stock cooler on it. Now, running Prime 95 on it would not be a good idea because Prime 95 will definitely be creating too much heat for that stock cooler to be able to dissipate. That is not the cooler that is appropriate for this CPU, but it's certainly better than a broken liquid cooler. So, I mean, just doing something like memtest should be fine. So I want to verify that before I decide what I want to do to fix it. Now, in a traditional shop, I would have a number of benches, and this would be set off to one bench, and it would be allowed to run for as many hours as it needs. And on the next bench, I'd start the next job or be continuing where that job may have been processing. Maybe it was running memtest86 and now it's done. And based on those results, I can decide how I want to move forward. And then I would have another bench. So usually I'm surrounded. I'd have a bench in front of me, a bench to my left, a bench to my right, and then a chair with wheels on it to scoot around and work on 3 systems at the same time. That's generally the way every office I was working in IT in that I was assigned to. Because in corporate America, you won't just work on one computer. You're going to be working on multiple computers at the same time, and if they being the boss, see you are goofing around or you're not working, you're like, oh, I can't do anything until this finishes its test. Well, yeah, you go over to the other bench and start working on the next thing. So right now, if I can make the screen bigger, what does it say? Oh, that's a big cooling difference. 36C is a far cry from 90. Okay, so it's going to take a while to run. So as I said, so as this runs, we got to go through, how much RAM is in this? 64 gigs of RAM. It's probably going to take a while to test it all. So while we're waiting, I am curious to see, if the machine will shut off on us. It did take a little bit of time last time, and we'll just keep an eye on those temps as well. Hey, there's John Yasuda. John contributes $20. He says, hey, Carey, I had to clean and repaste the Mugen 5 cooler. Temps were starting to hit 100 again under load, and after cleaning, the temps are back to 78 under full load. Well done. Well done. That's pretty unusual that you would be in a situation where replacing the thermal compound would make a 22-degree difference. But yeah. Mats Olav is saying it's bedtime. All right, Mats Olav, thanks for hanging out with us. Mats Olav is in Sweden. Good to see you, my friend. Is the GPU under warranty? Maybe. I think those have a 3-year warranty. Linda says she likes the look of the cooler next to me. That's the NZXT Z62, Z63. Yeah, those are good coolers. I haven't had one of those go bad yet, although I've only put 3 or 4 of them out in the field. 2 of them are mine. One's in Xenos, and the other one is here in the Fantex build. Drone Shot says, Wi-Fi 6 long-range extenders, what's good? I don't use extenders. I think they're a waste of money. If you're looking to, well, look, I can talk for an hour over all the options. Tell me what it is you're trying to accomplish, and then I can give you some advice as to how to accomplish it. I've had customers, they ask me how to do something very specific, and I'll explain it to them until they finally get it. And then they'll do it and then come back and say, well, I'm still having the same problem, but they never told me what the problem was. When they tell me what the problem is, it often has nothing to do with the instructions they were asking me. So I have learned in this career to not allow customers to guide you down a wrong path. So if a customer wants to know, how do I do this? I want to know why. What are you trying to accomplish? So I can determine if your question is even appropriate to the solution you're looking for. So explain, if you would, Drone Shots, what is the issue you're trying to resolve? And then from there I can maybe give you some advice on how to resolve it. But I guarantee it won't be a Wi-Fi extender. That's not an option in my field repair. So field repair solutions is not an option for that. Martin Hogg says, if you go into Windows, I wonder what event viewer will show up. Well, the problem with event viewers, you're going to have hundreds or thousands of entries in there. And of course, you can sort them by date and time, but likely it's just going to say that it recovered from an improper shutdown. It's likely what it's going to say. I can't recall ever fixing a computer based on event viewer information. So I really, when I look at event viewer, it's like asking the computer to tell you what's wrong with it. And if the computer knew what was wrong, why couldn't the computer just fix it itself? I don't really find the event viewer helpful in my line of work, but I have a process, and it's just how I do things, right? I'm not saying that that's the right way or the way you should follow it, but when I started fixing computers, there was no such thing as an event viewer, and we had to learn how to fix without that being an option. And when I have explored it, it just seems to add more confusion, and often, in my experience, doesn't provide me the information that I need. It often takes me down a completely different road, and then I end up figuring out I just wasted all my time. So Other people may have a different experience, but I've never found any benefit to the event viewer. Very, very rarely. I got a fly in here, a mosquito. And John Yasuda contributes again, $10. He says, Carey, I forgot to tell you, I upgraded the 1080i to a 3070 Ti for $690. Not too bad of a price in today's market. It's great. It's time. I mean, that's a nice upgrade from a 1080 to a 3070 Ti. And, well, the prices are still kind of high. At least you can buy cards now. You know, it's not a first come, first serve. Everything sells out in 2 minutes like it was. So now it's just, and the prices are a bit higher. They've been coming down. The fact that there's inventory available, and the fact that that even though they're priced still a little bit high, it's nowhere near as bad as it was. So if you're somebody who really wants a graphics card, at least now you can pretty much go anywhere to buy it, Newegg or Best Buy or Amazon, wherever, and they're in stock. Jason Urbank says to rule out the graphics issue, connect the computer to a computer monitor instead of the capture card. And if it happens on the computer monitor, could mean that your graphics card is bad. Well, Linda hasn't mentioned to me anything about this, so I'll have to talk with her about it. Drone Shot says, I want to reach my shop a quarter of a mile away. Okay. Well, if you want to extend Wi-Fi that range, you need to look at something called a wireless bridge. And I've got a video demonstrating how those work. Generally speaking, it would make sense to have your own internet service at the shop, if it's that far. Or to set up like a Wi-Fi hotspot. I'll think of the word here in a minute. Your cell phone company will sell a hotspot. And you can buy a hotspot and take it with you wherever you go. Otherwise, if you want to go through the hassle of setting up a wireless bridge, and the hassle isn't really the configuration, it's getting it mounted so you can, you know, be at the right height with as few obstacles in between the line of sight. You know, if there's trees or power lines or anything, that can affect it. And of course, when you do that for a quarter mile, you've opened up your internet as a potential target for attacks for people upwards of a mile radius around the entire distance. So depending on if you're living in an area that's crowded, that's obviously more of a concern than if you're living out in a rural area, but still a concern nonetheless, as cars are now enabled with Wi-Fi and people driving around with nothing to do could just start hammering on your Wi-Fi all day and night for all you would know. So for me personally, if you were my customer and you needed to go a quarter mile, that's a really long way to stretch Wi-Fi. And basically, I would advise you to just get internet service at the other building, its own independent service, or to use a Wi-Fi hotspot, or not a Wi-Fi, but yeah, it's a hotspot from your cellular phone provider. Or if you're insistent on setting up a bridge, you know, your bridge is going to be exposed outside to the weather, the rain, the cold, the heat, and so they usually, depending on your environment, may need to be replaced every couple of years just through the weather. You know, if it's going to survive a very cold winter and then a really hot summer and a really rainy spring and fall, no matter how weatherproof they make them, they can only take so much. And then, yeah, the good news is they're relatively inexpensive. You can probably get a wireless bridge set for about $100 for 100 megabytes. And then you're gonna, you know, the further your bridge access points are, the weaker the signal gets, and the weaker the signal gets, the slower the connection becomes. So that's why, you know, that's an extreme distance, a quarter mile. But you can do it with a bridge. And why Davies has got a link there for drone shots at a Ubiquity bridge. Linda says she's never had any problems with the graphics and even ran the Heaven benchmark on it to stress it out. And that the temps after running Heaven benchmark were stable and solid as well. All right, yeah, it's probably capture card related then. Other questions? While I'm waiting, I'm going to just take a sneak peek over here and see what we're doing on this mem test progress. We're on test number 6. We've climbed to 43 degrees Celsius on the CPU. And that's about 50% through the testing procedure. So it's going to take a little while yet. So it's a great opportunity. If you have any questions for me, this is what we can do while we're waiting. Francois wants to know if I'm happy with my new car. It's a different car, you know, it's different. It's definitely not as comfortable. And just resting your foot on the accelerator, you're speeding. So I have to get used to it. I took it on a little road trip up to Pine, Arizona, Thursday. I had to get out of town. I needed a mental health day. I need a mental health life. But I took the day and I got out of the heat and the crowds and went up there on a Thursday. And you got to go through mountains, and the car, you know, I'm used to a car kind of, you know, the engines rev up and stuff when you're going up an incline for a while. The Mustang didn't even act like it noticed there was an incline. It was like, you know, it was effortless. The car's beautiful. You know, it looks great. It sounds great. But after 2 hours in the car to get there, and then I walked around the woods and then had dinner, and then 2 hours in the car back, my butt was a little sore from the seats just aren't. It's probably the suspension, because I think the seats are pretty much the same as the other Mustang, the design of the seats. Although these seats are ventilated and the other one's not. So I'm not sure, but they definitely are not as comfortable. Or it's the suspension of the car. So it's still too early for me to make a decision. I kind of feel like I'd be better with something a little more refined as far as the ride quality is concerned. This is a little rocket-powered roller skate. It's very nimble, and you feel everything in the road, and it's a driver's car. And I don't know, I'm on the fence about it, to be honest. There's nothing specific I don't like about it other than that ride quality. And it's an exchange for the fun and the confidence of the power that it has. But would I be happier with something more like a Lexus or more like a Cadillac or maybe a Lincoln? Maybe, I don't know. But these experiences are all good experiences, because how else would I have anything to compare it to? And this car is not supposed to be a luxury sports car. It's supposed to be a sports car. You know, it's not trying to take on BMW or Mercedes. It's trying to be a muscle car. And it does it very, very well. But is a muscle car my thing? I don't know. I don't know. It's certainly not necessary. It's kind of a toy. And so, you know, I just wanted to get to drive it a little bit and familiarize myself with the car. And Subaru Mike has the other Mustang fixed. we had a little reservoir. It's like a little pinhole crack in the reservoir, radiator reservoir, a coolant reservoir, and it was dripping, and he got a new one and put it in there and refilled the antifreeze. It's got that red antifreeze in it. He said that was $20, like $18.70 for a what is that, a gallon, that jug of pre-mixed antifreeze at Walmart, which is expensive. And I said, well, given the times we're living in, we should be lucky it was even in stock at any price. But my only regret is I probably should have had Subaru Mike look at that 2 years ago, because I couldn't find anything wrong with it, so I just kind of ignored that burning smell that it sometimes gave off after I've driven it. And Subaru Mike was like, you don't have a door ding on your car anywhere. He's like, do you know how rare that is? Yeah, I know how rare it is. I would purposely park it away from people, but still I'd often go out and find some jackwagon parked next to me, and thankfully nobody swung their doors into me, which is very unusual in Phoenix. There's a part of me that just wants to get like an old used fancy SUV, and something that I can use to move around computers, and something that I can park anywhere and don't care about any door dings and stuff. I have so much anxiety about someone messing with my car, just maybe not even intentionally, just thoughtlessly swinging the door open next to me and putting a dent into the car, because that's just every day in Phoenix. And I need to get some lug nut locks, some locking lug nuts to secure the wheels, because I'm afraid somebody's going to steal the wheels. So that I got to do. But yeah, the jury's out on it. It's different, and I like different. And until different starts to become familiar, then I'll be able to tell you what I think. But right now, I don't drive it enough, and if I have to move computers, I don't want to put them in the Mustang, because in the trunk of my old Mustang, there's all this plastic molding, and the computers will slide around in there when I'm turning, or if somebody does an unexpected maneuver and I have to react and brake or swerve, the computer's sliding around and it's slamming around inside of the trunk, and it's scored up, it's scratched up the plastics in there. Now on the new Mustang, they've got like a felt material. But on the other hand, I also don't like the idea of the computer sliding around, and there's really no room to set it upright. Like in a bigger car, like an SUV, you can open the back door and set it between the back of the passenger seat and the rear seat, and you just move the passenger seat all the way up, put the computer on the floor of the car straight up, and then slide the passenger seat back in so it wedges the computer in and it won't budge. So I've had to deliver some computers, and I'm not using the new car for that. And that seems kind of a shame, right? Because ideally, I would have just a multi-purpose car, but it's still new. I mean, it doesn't even have 2,000 miles. I think I just crossed over 1,500 miles on that car's odometer. So I'm not. It's too new to be scratched up because I have to deliver a computer somewhere. So there's a part of me that thinks maybe an older luxury car that I wouldn't really care about would be a better choice for me. But I do like reliability. So yeah. Bike Man says, does my Thermaltake V200 RGB case front fans still do airflow if I keep the RGB lights off? Yeah, they're just lights. They have nothing. They have no impact on reliability or performance or security. Kenny Whidden mentions a Tahoe or a Suburban. I don't think I want anything that big. I'm thinking something reliable, but not too fancy. Maybe a Toyota. What do they make? Land Cruiser. No, they don't make that anymore. 4Runner. That's even a big car. What I liked about my two-door Chevy Blazer was it was kind of Jeep-like. Though the Ford Explorer is not a bad-looking SUV. I don't know. Kyle is asking me, who do I use for office computer cabling for my customers? My customers had their cabling done by me 10, 15 years ago. And their building hasn't grown. In other words, they didn't wake up one day and they have a new room they didn't have. So I haven't had to do cabling well over a decade. So I don't use anybody. When customers needed cabling, I did it myself. Luke Greenia says your ride issue is those dang tires. There's no sidewall ride with them. That's true. They're low profile tires, and the rear tires have got to be that wide. I mean, they're and they're performance tires, so it's not like you're going to get a lot of miles out of them. I think those are 30,000 mile tires. Although I don't really drive much since the pandemic, so I kind of like to take the Mustang out as a weekend car. You know, take it out on a Friday or Saturday, go to dinner, drive around on Sunday. But if I've got to go to Walmart or if I've got to go to the grocery store, if I got to haul anything, although the Mustang trunk is big, that's also a problem like with groceries. You put your bags of groceries back there, and if you do like if you just forget for a minute and you take a turn a little fast, because it's tempting in this car, and all your groceries are going to fly out. They're going to be in the trunk still, but they'll be all over the trunk. They'll come out of the bags and you'll be putting it all back in the bags when you get home. So as for a little fun little car, it's an experience. That's all I can tell you. The good news is I can always sell it, and because it was a lot of money, and certainly the most money I've ever spent on a car, that means, in theory, it should have a good trade-in value if I want to get something even nicer, right? If I keep moving up in life and keep getting nicer and nicer cars, and then I enjoy also having the experience of different makes and models of cars. Do I hire part-time help or do I do everything myself? I have hired part-time help in the past. You know, Photo Ray's helped me out, and still talking with Photo Ray about helping me out with some stuff. You know, everything I need done I can do myself. It's not like I don't have the talent. I just don't want to. And with help, I can get my schedule moving quicker, and I can get through my backlog much faster. But at the same time, it costs me money. I'm not going to ask somebody to work for free. And the work is come and go, right? I don't have enough work to hire anybody full time, or I'd go broke and wouldn't have any money to pay my own bills. And you could certainly understand that somebody that's helping me out can't rely on the regularity of the work. It's sort of a feast or famine. I get super, super busy, or I get really, really slow, or there are things that I simply have to do that no one else can do for various reasons. So on occasion, I'll contract out some work. Charles wants to know if the Lazy Susan is still available. I bought it off Amazon, and the link for the Lazy Susan is in my Amazon store. If you type in, if you go to amazon.com/shop/CareyHolzman, you'll see I have an Amazon storefront there, and it will have all the parts and tools and the Lazy Susan all listed there that you can buy. They were in and out of stock. The last I checked, they were out of stock, and the price has gone up on them, but they're worth every penny, even at the higher price. I think it's still a good deal. But last I checked, they're out of stock. But check out my Amazon store, and the link for that is also in the video notes to the Amazon store. And Patrick Rusaw just put a link to the Amazon store. Thank you for that, Patrick. Anytime you buy something from Amazon, if my link took you to Amazon, I make a small commission. That doesn't affect you at all. Your price doesn't change, and it's a nice way to support the show. And I can't see who bought, but I can see what was bought. And then that's how I know what commission to expect, right, based on what was sold. But I have no idea who bought it. So there's no privacy concerns there. Let me see how we're doing here. I gotta make my screen bigger so I can read it. What's our temps now? 48? Oh, yeah, okay. And we're on test 7 out of 13. It's getting there. So far, so good. That's what we want to see. Does anybody have any computer questions, technical questions? Bob Connor says, I missed his super chat. Oh no, did I? Oh, there it is. Bob Connors contributes $20. He said, here's my late to video fee, which itself is late. Also received your package today, but you're probably already aware of that already. No, but thank you for letting me know. And I hope that helps you. And my friend Ron is taking off. All good, all good. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll talk soon. We got to catch up. It's been a while. Fernando says, this weekend I tried to clone my Intel M.2 to a Samsung M.2 using Acronis, and it was a total fail. I did not update the software before cloning, I think. I'd have to have more information about what a fail, what you're defining as a fail. I don't know what that means. John Lewis wants to know if it would be worth looking for a motherboard BIOS update after 2 years. I don't know. With the AMD, sometimes a BIOS update on some motherboards makes the motherboard then incompatible with older AMD chips. So I would be reluctant to update it for fear that it might break something. AMDs are, when they're trying to keep that same socket, it can create an issue with compatibility if you're adding a BIOS update, for example, to be compatible with the latest Ryzen processor, you might lose compatibility with the older Ryzen processors. And so since this is working, and that was my main concern so Linda thought that the liquid cooler went out, and it appears that she was 100% correct. But I wasn't sure, right? We didn't get this far in the test before, but I feel pretty confident that we don't have a GPU problem. As for the chipset fan making noise, that's really not a problem, because if she's going to leave it on 24/7, then the fan won't stop. And the only time the fan made noise was when we turned it on. That's another reason I tell people just leave the computers on. It's the starting and the stopping. It's when you start it up after it's been off that you're going to realize that there's a problem there you didn't know you had. As long as the bearings are lubricated and warm and the grease is flowing, the fan is quiet. But as soon as that grease cools down and any sort of dust or contamination got into the grease, then when it gets cold and you go to restart it again, it can be a rough start. But then as it gets warmer and lubricates, then it's nice and quiet. So if it's going to stay on, if the machine is going to stay on 24/7, there's no point trying to fix that, because it's not an issue. The reason I would update on Intel motherboards, especially, and prior, also AMD motherboards until recently, was for security reasons. But now, yeah, AMD, by forcing that compatibility, in order to be compatible on some motherboards with the newer AMD chips, they have to be updated, and in doing so, you cannot go the other way. You can't undo the update. It's done forever that way. So I wouldn't mess with updating this BIOS, at least not without researching it thoroughly to make sure I wouldn't be causing an issue. Stephen Broadbent wants to know what I think of Windows 11. Does Windows 11 do anything Windows 10 can't do? I'm going to check on this again. 46 degrees Celsius and 75% through the test. We're on test number 9 of 13, and everything's looking great. So again, I wanted to verify what the problem was and that there wasn't other underlying problems that would be exposed. And so we have concluded that the liquid cooler is bad. That's the only problem with the system. And then after the broadcast today, I will order a replacement all-in-one, and then get that installed, and then I'll have to redo the cable management, and then this machine will be good to go. So even though I started things off by saying, you know, I'm getting AMD systems in for repair more than Intel systems, I will say that, well, let me rephrase that. The ratio of AMD systems I have built and sold and how many have come back from repair is out of alignment with Intel's stuff. And whether it's because of the motherboard or in this case the cooler, it's not necessarily because it's an AMD. But the AMD, the way it handles the heat is different. I don't know, it's just its behavior it's a little more finicky, and you know, the cooler, obviously something went wrong with the cooler. But I would be curious how that same broken cooler would perform on a higher end Intel chip before the Intel chip would shut down. Like, I think the AMD system got hotter faster and shut down faster than it would have if it was an if it was an Intel system. But unless I physically make that test happen, I'm just assuming that information. But it's just the number of AMD systems coming in with issues is disproportionate compared to the number that were sold. And it is what it is. And like I said, it has nothing to do so much with the chip. You know, the cooler breaks, the cooler breaks. But it does seem to me that this chip got awfully hot awfully fast just sitting in a BIOS not doing anything, and I don't think an Intel chip would have done that. Regardless, the cooler would have had to have been replaced. Roy Glass says, great show, Carey. Love your channel. Thank you, Roy. Other questions? Sting contributes $9.99 and asks, will you do a build specific to MS Flight playing at max settings? How are the requirements different from standard gaming? The Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is very resource intensive. And the people who are into flight simulators, at least the ones that are really into it, they have, you know, a $10,000, $15,000 computer setup. I'm not into the flight simulators. I think you'd be better off going to a forum area where other folks who utilize the software can give you that kind of information as to what helps MS Flight Sim and under what circumstances, because there's a lot of different ways you can configure it with multiple monitors and with different resolutions and what sort of frames per second you're looking at and what resolution. So I would suggest going to a forum where those folks, because they're really into it, and they'll spend as much on their flight simulator hardware and software as I spend on a car. That's very common. The throttles and yokes and all this other stuff that you can buy is extraordinarily expensive. But you may not want to play it at really high settings and stuff. So it's not that the Microsoft Flight Simulator won't run under lesser hardware. It just depends on what your expectations are with regards to all those variables. And the more demanding you're going to be, the more you're going to spend. That's all. But I appreciate the contribution, and I would recommend, you know, even a Reddit forum where there are other flight simulator enthusiasts. That's a very serious group of people, and they drop some big bucks on that stuff. And they would be much better experienced and educated in that genre than I am. All I can tell you is, when you're doing things like the Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's never a situation where you have too much power, too much processor, too much RAM, or too much storage. It's always never enough. Even if you bought the biggest, baddest of everything, you'd still feel like you could do an upgrade if there was something better out there. If you configure it as such, then Microsoft Flight Simulator will take advantage of what you have if you tell it to. And so we're in a situation where the software has really outpaced the hardware. So that Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is going to be very taxing to computers for several years into the future. So just get the best you can afford, and that's pretty much all there is to answering that question. It's going to be based on what you're willing to spend. Arnold wants to know the last time I built an AMD system. Was it last week? Yeah, last week. Sinister21 says, my nephew has dropped over $9,000 on flight controls for flight sims. Yeah. P. Lopez says, what are your thoughts on Apple's ARM silicon on a chip chips? Do you think, or is it system on a chip? Do you think the performance they're getting MS will eventually follow? Performance is related to the software. If software is written to take advantage of particular hardware, then it can be optimized, giving you the impression that a CPU is better than another, when in fact the software was optimized for a specific CPU. It's a manipulation of sorts. So I don't really have any interest in the universe of Apple. It's to me a very anti-consumer company. And it's just not my thing, and I wouldn't be the right person to ask, to be honest. You would be better off, going to a different YouTube channel or forum where there are people that use both Apple and PC. When I see an Apple computer, I feel nauseous. It's just offensive to me, the amount of money they charge and the overly simplistic concepts that they put together, like I'm an idiot. I feel like Apple treats me like I'm stupid, that I'm a danger to myself, and that my money is a danger to me, and Apple's going to protect me and take my money because I'm too dumb to know how to have a PC and the responsibility that comes with it, or know the value of a computer. So that's my own little emotional issue with Apple. I'm not a fan, and as a result, I don't really care. Like, if Apple's coming out with something new, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter to me. Running my business, I want to have the most amount of potential work. And if I'm going to work on Apple, I've just cut away 80% of my potential customers. I think 20% of all computers are Apple, and 80% are Windows based. So if you want the most opportunity for work, you go where the work is, and the work is with Windows related work. If everybody was using Apple and that's where the money was, and that's probably what I would specialize in. Arnold wants to know if I have any 12th gen computer builds coming up. No, I do not. Sam Lazar says he's got an Apple M1 Pro 2020 and he hates it. Apple's more of a lifestyle choice, I think, than it is. I didn't get into computers for the fashion of it, but some people buy Apple for the fashion. We've got some, just going to tell you. The case badges, and there's some cheap drink coasters. The reason I don't have my coaster here today is I gave them all to my sister so she can put them up at CareyHolzman.com, which is a place to sell some merch. We don't have a lot to choose from there, but if there's any particular merch you think would be good to offer, please, you can let me know in the comments below this video after we're done with the live. Right now it's a chat room, but after it's live, then you just comments like any other video. And yeah, might plant some seeds for ideas of some other things to offer. The whole t-shirt thing became a big mess because of the multiple colors and multiple sizes and people all over the world wanting to order them. It was going to cost about $50 for a $15 shirt. And that's going to take a lot more research and time to figure out a faster, cheaper, more efficient way to get a good quality shirt, not just some Teespring junk, but a nice, good quality shirt.
and it's still something I want to do, but I mean, it's going to take days and days and days of being on the phone and setting something up where somebody else can take the orders and do the shipping where I don't have to be burdened with it. And because of my current backlog, I just haven't had any time to invest in that. The website CareyHolzman.com is where the merch is, and please know that I'm not the one who's doing the listings, like the products that are offered, the pictures, the phrasing. That website is designed by, controlled by, and all the orders are fulfilled by my sister. Bradley says, thanks for the Acronis coupon, Carey. Between your coupon and the upgrade option, I was able to get a 5 PC license for about half off. Right on. That's awesome. Glad you're able to take advantage of the offer. Patrick Rousseau says he loves the mouse pad. We still have mouse pads available there. Thank you for reminding me. They're available at CareyHolzman.com. Dan Nilsson says he loves the mouse pad. Yeah, my sister designed those. And they're also, these mouse pads, you can also use them to clean your screen. Made of a material that won't scratch your screen. But we still have some of these mouse pads left over at CareyHolzman.com, and they'll ship anywhere in the world. They being the mouse pads. All the products at CareyHolzman.com can ship anywhere in the world. All right, let me just check on MemTest again. We're on test 10, and temperature of, oh, it went back down to 37. Oh, it's working much, much better. Y. Davies says, Carey, I used your VIP CDK deals link the other day to buy a Windows 11 product key. Nice to be able to help out, even if just a little. See, now, I don't know why anybody would want to buy a Windows 11 product key when the Windows 10 product key is cheaper and can be used to activate Windows 11. So if it was me, I would have saved a couple of bucks and just bought the Windows 10 key and used that Windows 10 key to activate Windows 11. But I appreciate you, supporting the channel. The folks over at VIP CDK Deals are supporting us. So to support them back, I know there's other places you can buy Windows 10 and Windows 11, but those other places don't support us and don't necessarily have the guarantee that VIP CDK Deals offers. So there's a good peace of mind that you're definitely going to get a working product key. And if there's any problem, they're going to help you. And if for some reason you're not getting the help, then you reach out to me and I will guarantee you I'll make it right, whether that means refunding your money or getting you a product code that I will apply for you. But so far, they've been absolutely wonderful people to work with. I just had to buy a key earlier today for Windows 10 for the system I was using that I built with the, when I did the Acronis demo and you have that case with the light that moves down the front, that needed a Windows activation, and I went ahead and took care of it. It was $15.90 US after using my own coupon code. So even I'm not getting them for free, I'm buying them. And VIP CDK Deals has sponsored a couple of computer giveaways here, and they've made some of the videos, such as the computer giveaways, possible through their support. So they're a wonderful company, and I really enjoy working with them. There are links, if you're curious what we're talking about, there are links below this video for Windows 10, Windows 11, and Office 2016, 2019, and Office 2021 for purchasing the product keys at an extreme discount. And well, they only promise they're going to activate once. I've had to reinstall Windows on the same hardware, and it just automatically reactivates without even having to enter the code. But if you try installing it on different hardware, then you may have to just buy a new license. But for the price of the licenses, you can get 10 licenses at CDK deals that for less money than the price of one license of retail. Just look at Newegg if you want to see what those Windows 10 and Windows 11 product keys go for. And like I said, you could buy a key from VIP CDK deals 10 times before you reach the cost of the retail price. So something to keep in mind, and like I said, have peace of mind knowing it's a reputable company. They've been around, I think, nearly 2 decades. And so for anybody who thinks that that's somehow illegal, then how are they doing business for this period of time? Right? Microsoft clearly knows they exist, and they're clearly not breaking any laws. But do understand you're getting a code that's going to activate one time, and it'll stay activated. But if you try to reinstall it on another piece of hardware, and potentially even on the same piece of hardware, you may have to buy another code. So do know that. And I don't recommend that you buy any codes that you don't have any use for more than 30 days. So in other words, I wouldn't buy extras and hoard them or store them, because if they don't work, you won't know until after the 30-day period. It'd be no different than going to Best Buy and buying a television and putting it in your garage and waiting 2 months to take it out of the box to realize the screen is cracked. Well, Best Buy is going to say, you can't return this, you've had it 2 months. And you're going to say, well, the screen is cracked, I just took it out of the box. Well, you had 30 days. And much the same way, pretty much anything you buy, you generally have a 30-day return period for many things. And as far as these CDK deals license keys go, if you have a problem, you're going to find their customer service is excellent, unless you bought something over 30 days ago and postponed installing it, because that is a scammer type behavior. And you have to understand that, well, you might be worried about getting ripped off. So are they. So please wait until you need to buy the key, or you're going to be needing the key soon. Don't just buy the keys and stick them in a drawer somewhere, because if there's something wrong with the key and you've gone beyond 30 days, getting help is going to be much more difficult, because that is a very suspicious behavior, and it's something that thieves and scammers do when they steal other people's keys and then try to activate them. Anyway, just like you don't want to be scammed, they don't want to be scammed either. And let me just take another look here, full screen, how we're doing. Oh, we're on the final test. That's test number 13. And temps 38C. Yeah, that's a good temp. The cooler is doing much better than I thought it was going to do. Certainly not much to look at, though. Richard Collins says hello. Hey, Richard. John Lewis says, test drive, I'll use Lexus 460 or 470, or the V8 all-wheel drive Forerunner. Amazing comfort, safety, and reliability. Yeah, I've never driven a Lexus. Bob Connor says he went to the website to buy some of those mouse pads but couldn't find them. Let me take a look. I haven't been to my own site in some time. Let me pull it up here. And let's see if we can scan, or not scan, let's see if we can share the screen. Where's my screen share? Oh, there we go. This is CareyHolzmanShop.com or CareyHolzman.com. We'll take you here. Cookies. All right. There's case stickers, featured products, mouse pad. Click on the mouse pad. I don't know why you couldn't see it, Bob. It's right there. We've got the pop socket for phones. It looks like we've got some stickers. Oh, she's got the coasters on there. There's some white coasters and black coasters. I think the black coasters look better. Shipping's included. They're just cardboard coasters. There's nothing fancy. Set of 4. Well, there you go. There you go. Bob Connor says, I used the link on your Amazon video site. Yeah, this isn't sold through Amazon. Otherwise, that would be fulfilled by Amazon, right? So there's the products that I use, the keyboards, the mice, the tools that I use, the Lazy Susan, the cables, all of that I buy from Amazon. And then there's my own merch. My merch is not sold at Amazon. It's, as I mentioned, at CareyHolzman.com. And my sister fulfills those orders and manages that site. I'm sorry for that confusion. Stealth Mode says he wants round cork coasters. So I did order a set of the cork coasters, but I don't like the way the logo looks on them. Bob Connor says he clicked on the link that says items I use. Yeah, that's not merch. So merch is what somebody would make and sell, right? And then the items I'm using is referring to anything that's not merch. I guess I thought that was implied. Jose Del Nido says, watching the stream, time does fly. It's like when you're doing something you like. Kudos for you, Uncle Carey. Educational as always. Thanks, Jose. Let's take another look here at how this is moving along here. Full screen. So we're still on test 13. We're only 4% through this test. But we're not getting any RAM errors, and the computer is not shutting down anymore. So we definitely just had a cooler problem. And yeah, I'll have to do a little research after the broadcast and talk to my sister and find out what aesthetic preference she has for a cooler. Gary says your bumper sticker is missing an L. Let's go back and look at that. Oh, the only you can prevent data OS? Yeah, I guess so. Those bumper stickers aren't in stock, and a viewer created those for me. I can't remember what his name was now. Isn't that terrible? But we're sold out of those. "55 Stang Dude says, I've owned 7 Mustangs since 1983, all GTs. They've all been the same, and they've all had that the same in common. No backseat room. They don't ride like a Cadillac, but they're very dependable and what fun." It was a fun car to drive. It absolutely, you know, taking that road trip up to Pine in northeastern Phoenix. You're out of Phoenix by about 2 hours. And the weather's about 20 degrees cooler up there. And the car, you know, you've got to go through some mountains. And I will say the handling on this Mustang is better than the handling on the old Mustang. And the power in this Mustang is far greater than the power in the old one. But the ride quality is way worse. So it's a trade-off. And there's some pretty cool technology in the car. The fact that it's got a push button to start the car, I've always wanted that. All my cars take a key to start, a regular traditional key. And the BMWs I've owned did have a push button start, but those were my wife's cars, they weren't my cars. So this is my very first car with a push button start. I've always wanted that stupid thing. So now I've got it. Sarge Tech says, why are iPhone chargers not called apple juice? That's a good question. Okay, we're going to wrap things up here. It's 5:30. I'm pretty confident that we have all the information we need about this system diagnostic to move forward with the proper repair. It'll be just getting another liquid cooler, making sure we get one that has the pretty colors that she wants, and put it all back together with some cable management, and it'll be good to go, and hopefully it'll last a lot longer than 2 years before it comes back. And I've got a ton of other videos to make. I got a bunch of products to review. As a reminder, the offer with the Cronus that just started is still available, 40% off. Some people weren't quite sure where to put the coupon code. And if since I have a few minutes, we'll address that very quickly here. If I share the screen again. Okay, so we're at acronis.com, and for individuals, we can click try now. And if you want to buy it, we just click buy the full version. and you can buy the 1-year subscription, that's Essentials, the advanced 1-year subscription, or the premium. The discount code, coupon code, will work with all these products. If you want to extend your current, let's say like you have a current Amazon, Acronis subscription, you can buy using the coupon code with the 40% discount, and it'll add 12 more months to whatever you have. So let's say, for example, we wanted to buy the Essentials. I click Buy Now, and it's kind of interesting to me that nobody seems to, there's a lot of people rather who can't see this. It's right in front of them. They're looking right at it and they can't see it. It's the weirdest thing. But I think what's happening is people are looking over to this side and they're saying, you know, I don't see any place to put the coupon code. And it never occurs to them it's right in front of them the whole time. And when you click that, then you can put in, you know, CareyHolzman 2022 and hit apply, and the price will change from $49.99 to $29.99. And that's where your coupon code goes. Okay, guys, so those of you who were confused about that, it's always been right there the whole time. I didn't make it magically appear there. I did mention this to Acronis the last time we ran a special, that people weren't finding the coupon code window, and I think everybody's looking over here for it. So I just wanted to clear that confusion up. Ron wants to know how long before my first speeding ticket. Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing, Ron. P. Lopez says, thanks for the live. Enjoy watching these while I work from home. Right on. I appreciate your kind words and your support. So 10% through the last test here, which is 91% through the entire series of tests. Temps are at 40 degrees Celsius on the CPU, and the test has been running almost an hour and 10 minutes. And that's 64 gigs of RAM. We could probably turn XMP on, but I want to make sure the system is solid and stable before I do that. Mark says, thank you for giving me the inspiration to fix my PCs. I just rebuilt this afternoon a Dell XPS 8300 that I'm on right now. So again, thank you. That's wonderful, Mark. I'm glad that the videos inspired you. And there's still 30% off RoboForm too. That's all year. Roboform.com/Carey. You get 30% off RoboForm. The Windows and Office keys, all those links are in the video notes below the video. Coupon code of Carey to get your discount. And until May 15th, 40% off in the Acronis product with coupon code CareyHolzman 2022. So my thanks to the folks at VIP CDK Deals, RoboForm, and Acronis for supporting the channel and making these videos possible, as well as many of the giveaways were possible because of VIP CDK Deals and their support. And if you ever need a Windows product key, Windows 10, Windows 11, Home or Pro, or you're looking for a version of Office that isn't subscription based, you can get those over at VIP CDK Deals using the links that are in my video description below this video. The computer, as a reminder, that we've been working on today was built in, I think it was June of 2020, and a link to the edited build that was done live is in the video notes below this video if you want to see how all this
got built. And then, of course, there's my Windows 10 optimization tool and my Windows 10 Netfix tool. And those are created in cooperation with myself and the folks at D7X Tech, which is different from my website, from my merch. The Windows 10 Optimizer and the Windows 10 Netfix is sold and maintained through D7X Tech, and links for all of that again in the video notes. And I think that pretty much wraps it up. I just want to take one final look at how we're doing over here on, yeah, we're still, this is going to take a while. This last test, number 13, is probably going to take 45 minutes to run, to complete. And once that final test is done, then, you know, at the bottom it shows pass 1 of 4. We want to go through one pass. So when it says pass 2 of 4, if there's no errors, because it says right in that bottom part to the right, it says errors is 0. That's what we want to see. It will by default do 4 passes. Sometimes memory problems only occur when memory heats up, but I'm not going to run it through, because to go through 4 passes, and each pass is 13 tests, is going to take 4 or 5 hours, and there's no need to do that for this diagnostic, right? That be a waste of time, in my opinion, to go beyond any more than 1 pass. I expect the results will be the same. No reason to believe otherwise. And likewise, I could just turn the monitor off and run this thing at night and wake up in the morning, and it likely will have gone through all 4 of the tests rather. And if there was any errors or whatever the result is at the end, it'll display it in big bold, you know, if it passes or fails. And there is a video that I have in my video library on how to download and create a memtest86 bootable USB drive, and it's all completely free. And my thanks, of course, to Peter Laycock and John Jack Wilson and John Yasuda, as well as Bob Connors and Tony Wallow and Madi Yoel and everybody who has contributed, and not only today but also in the past. Thank you guys for supporting the channel, and I have a lot of content. I will probably be back with another video tomorrow if I have time. And Wednesday, I have a bunch of errands, but time permitting, I'll do another video Wednesday. I expect to do a video on Thursday. And then, of course, every Friday at 1 o'clock, definitely, I'm always live. Do know that, if you're new here, that I always make videos live as time permits, with the exception that I will always reserve 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time for my live shows on Fridays. Fridays, every Friday, 1 p.m. Pacific time. You know you'll find me here. So hopefully you'll join me then. Thanks for watching, and I hope you've enjoyed today's content. If so, you can let me know by hitting the thumbs up button, like that. And if you haven't, please hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to turn notifications on to know anytime new content is posted or anytime I'm going live. That's going to wrap it up. I will see you all again very, very soon. And until then, bye for now.